City of Port Richey City Council meeting Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. I'd like to invite Servant Leader Fields for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge of allegiance.
Father God, we just come to you in the precious name of Jesus, and we just ask for your wisdom as we got to make decisions for the city. So for the vision for the city and the policies and the two issues on the property within the city that has to be decided on. So we just ask for wisdom and guidance with the team. So I just thank you for the leadership here, and that together we could come to the best things for the city and for each other, for the residents and the workers here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, take roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Hoover,
Here.
Vice Mayor Linda Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilman David Mueller,
Here.
Councilwoman Cherokee Sampson,
Here.
Councilman Robert Hubbard,
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer,
Here.
City Manager Matthew Cobbler.
Here. Thank you. Okay, first up I have approve the minutes we got two sets. We'll do two separate motions for motion for the March 5th City Council workshop minutes.
Motion to approve March 5th City Council workshop minutes.
Second.
That motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. For motion for March 26th City Council meeting minutes.
Motion to approve March 26th council minutes.
Motion seconded.
And motion second for discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, comments from the general public. I do have two signed up. We'll start with Danny Fields. Welcome.
Well, my name's Danny Fields. My address is 8114 Leo Kid. We do got some stuff coming up here. We got the National Day of Prayer coming up. So I will be getting these flyers out. I will put this one here on the board out there, as well as the Koreans coming. And so tomorrow I'll be here. I'll make some copies of this. I'll get them passed out to you. So this is where we come together. That was dedicated to pray all over the United States and for all people, for all things that pertain to good and righteous and things that are pure and lovely. And that's why we need chaplains and leaders in these areas to be able to work together with the city and the community to build that bridge to where we could be a voice from the kingdom of God as well. So, when you look at this thing, we're going to be there at 8731 Citizen Drive, and we're going to basically pray the seven mountains of influence. You're all invited to that. It's a great turnout. We'll have the chief will be there. Have a lot of county commissioners will be there, as well as Jack Mariano and Chris Narco and they pray. And this is a good chance to be out in the public, to unite together. We could just move forward together as a people through prayer. The Bible says everything through prayer and supplication, make your request known to God, and it says pray for those in authority. That's what I'm doing here, and people like Leonard, and we get into these areas and we pray. And believe it or not, I was just called just a couple of days ago in the community I used to live in, and since I'm not there as their chaplain because I bought a house, got married, it is a good example. They said the whole place has been having a lot of issues, and this is in Newport Richey, and so they've had to call the police. The police was there 3 times, so they called me to come over and have a meeting with the people there to help with some of the problems. And since I showed up there and talked to them and prayed with them and then get them to work together, the cops ain't been out there. Don't mean they won't, but you see what the impact we could have when we pray and work together. And that's why we have coming up at Light of the World. It's on a Saturday, May the 4th. It's from 2 to 9, but they'll be having food there at 5 to 6, and the prayers start around about 7 o'clock, and the South Koreans will come and pray from all the way from South Korea to pray for America so that we could be awake to these things. Billy Graham went all the way there and started a revival there and brought the gospel there and watched a lot of good change happen then. And now they're bringing it back to us because America has got lukewarm in prayer and these things. So bless you in Jesus' name. Hope to see you there. And I'll see some of you tomorrow.
Thanks, Dan. Next on the list is Pat Rogers. Welcome.
Pat Rogers, 4838 Sunset Boulevard. In case anybody doesn't know, that's the Pasco County Government Center where you pay your property taxes, get your tags, all that. Monday night, I came home, and my street was fine. Tuesday morning, there was a big pothole, big enough for a tire to fall in. Fortunately, your water guys were working down the street. I walked down there. They came back, took a picture, and it was all fixed later, but we found out that it is water that is coming under the asphalt with our flood tides, and that's what created the washout. There was even a horseshoe crab in the hole. But the guys tell me they only have 2 people in Public Works, and they have a lot of work to do. What can we do to get them more help? Because they need it. Plumbing, I think the water department probably does too, but Public Works, I know they do a tremendous amount. So please see if we can get some more people for Public Works.
Thanks, Pat. That's all sign-ups I've had. By show of hands, anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, I bring it back. Next up is a comment from the city manager. I pass it to Mr. Koppler for his comments.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. First item, now that the council has granted authorization for the city to join the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, a representative must be selected. Chosen individual must be an elected official of the city. The TBRPC will be considering our membership at their meeting on June 10th, 2024, and they request that the city's representative be present at that session. So sometime before June, we'll need to have either a volunteer or a voluntold to represent the city. And as soon as you let me know that, I will let them know so they can start the official paperwork.
Do you know when they meet?
So the meeting is June 10th, which would be the second week. I think it's the second week on a quarterly basis. So I'm not sure what the remaining schedule looks like.
Time frame? They meet during the day or an evening?
I believe they meet during the day.
Can we volunteer? Yeah. Or
I don't. You want to resolve it now?
If you want, it's totally up to you. I bring it up to you, and you let me know when.
I'll basically say I sit on the MPO board currently. I'm also a member of Florida League of Mayors, so I do have some stuff to do. I don't mind doing this as well, but if somebody else wants to take it, by all means, we have a representative. But if nobody wants to, I can do it.
I volunteer as tribute. Okay, that's funny in pop culture.
We're old, Cherokee.
It's all
We're
right.
old.
So I would volunteer. Unless you really want to do it.
I got plenty of work.
Anybody else?
Yes. I work. I can't go during
So,
the day.
okay. Do I make a motion or just by consensus, Cherokee? By consensus, is there any objections to Cherokee representing? Consider it done. Cherokee. Okay. Is that something we want to address yearly or just, I guess?
Yeah, most likely.
So probably with
Done here.
every election, when we do vice mayor, we'll go ahead and do those.
Yep.
Thanks, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for following up on a discussion from the recent town hall meeting. I've obtained pricing for acquiring a solar radar speed sign. Council expressed interest in installing 2 such signs along Old Post Road between the Bay Boulevard and Coons Drive. Total cost for each sign, including the solar kit, speed limit sign, and post, is $4,945.42. As we require 1 for each direction, the total cost amounts to $9,890.84. Staff believes this option aligns best with our desired application. So I included attached to that the specifications of the sign that we're recommending. There's two components to the cost. Actually, there's a number of components to the cost of this. Those are included the sign, the solar kit, the post, and I don't see where that's at here. But the other one, there's also a post, the speed limit sign. That's the other, the radar, and the solar kit. If that price is acceptable, we can get these, and I think it would be a good trial to see if they work and hold up and produce the results that you hope they produce.
So, as far as this pricing, I had actually went to the Florida League Cities annual conference, and there was a vendor there. I had information on that. I want to say it was closer to $4,000 for the similar setup. Of course, that was a year ago. The price could have changed. Did you happen to find that brochure I passed along?
I found the link to it. and
Okay,
sent
I wasn't
that
sure what
over.
company it was.
All Traffic Solutions.
Was it All Traffic? Okay.
The price was cheaper when you looked at it, but what they have now includes the pole and it includes some other
Okay,
things
so there's
that did
some
not.
additional stuff in there. Okay. So this is probably pretty consistent price, I guess, on these.
Yeah, I think the other prices that was provided really are only for the sign, and those are in the mid fours to $5,000 just for the sign, not including the solar power and the poles. So I think this is in the realm of the last sign that I bought. I can't remember if it was from this company or not, but it was right around that $4,900 price range.
How are we gonna- I'm sorry. I was going to ask, how are we going to determine this sign is effective for $10,000? I mean, this is, Chief, the traffic study that we did showed, of course, there was speeding. I acknowledge that there, but I'm sorry you don't have this stuff in front of you, I'm sure. But was it significant? It's $10,000, and I want to know how we're going to say, yes, this is warranted, we should put it other places, or no, this is not.
So if I could just
Sure,
real quick.
please, thank you.
So one of the things, and I think that one of the reasons why staff is recommending this sign is it does collect information. So we will be able to get off of it what the speed limits are that it registers. I don't know, because I looked in the specifications, it allows for that. So there is some information we can glean from the use of it to see if it's having an impact. I mean, if we see everybody going 5 and 10 miles over the speed limit, we know it's probably not having the impact that we hope to have. But if everybody's at or beneath that, or maybe 1 mile an hour over, you could probably come up with the thought that, well, maybe it is having an impact. But it's hard, I think, based upon when we did look at it the last time. I reviewed that information, and there were some extremes both below and above the speed limit, but for the most part it was probably in a range that if we did a warranting study, we're raising or increasing or decreasing the speed limit on that, you wouldn't have enough information to increase it or decrease it because it's kind of right in the middle. But again, this does allow us to collect more information to see if there's any value in it.
So there's no additional cost for that?
No,
for that?
Yeah, when you look, this particular,
I think you can get it off of it via Bluetooth. Is that?
I mean, this is the IQ series, and one of the things that it says under that is traffic and speed data collection.
The rationale that I've had with this is you see these pop up a lot. So I'm assuming that they must have some degree of, they work, right? Because people are putting them in different places. I know I asked a question, Betty Lou Cummins that came to a couple town halls and mentioned speeding on Old Post Road specifically. And I'd ask her directly when the chief puts out the, or not chief, but the department puts out that thing, does that help approve it, and she said it did. So,
That's one, I mean, I wanted data. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sure she's correct, but that's her
sure.
perception, and for that kind of money, I think we need to have hard data, and if it does work, that then we should put it on Washington, we should put it on Rand. I mean, there are other places that it needs to go as well, but I wanted hard data to support that, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah. What are those? The portable one. Any idea what those costs that we have?
The new one we got is almost $10,000.
So it's about the same as a portable one.
Right, but we already have a couple of units. How many do we have today?
We have 2 units and one that they were going to surplus because it's not only out of warranty, but we can't even fix it. So we have 2 of those, and then we have the speed measurement device.
So we have 3 active units.
We have 3.
3 active.
One only lasts an hour, and that's because it's beyond. That's why we're going to surplus it.
Well, then that would be the 4th one, right?
We have 2 speed trailers.
Right.
The 3rd speed trailer is what we're going to surplus because it's no longer functioning more than 1 hour at a
We
time.
need two.
And then we have
You have a covert
we have
device.
the covert
You have
device.
the other device, so you have 3 devices.
Correct.
Back to what I was saying. Where are they deployed today?
Right now on Washington Street, because of the last meeting,
Perfect.
is the covert device, and the other one, the new one, we have to register because it's a trailer.
What about the other trailer?
That's still on the ride.
That's
We just got the parts back from it because it was still under warranty, and it's had a motherboard, electronic board. We had to send to the vendor to repair it. So that just came back last week.
Okay, so we have 3 devices today. My recommendation would be is let's get these all 3 deployed 365 days a year and collect the data that Councilman or Councilwoman Linda Rodriguez would like, and let's see what we've got. Then we can make a decision to spend 10 grand for another device and move forward. I think we've got enough stuff right now that we're not deploying enough, and we need to probably get it into service and get it active.
You got one on Grand right across from the fire department.
Right. And then we have the covert device on Washington.
That's an intersection. The speeding occurs down that hill if they come down out of that intersection.
Right. We put the covert device out and on both portions of Grand, and it came back as low as far as the enforcement. And so we did put the trailer back out. So that's where it's at. And then, like I said, the other one's on Washington Street. So we still have to register the brand new one.
So this graph looks like it shows like a call for action. So it has like when the speeding occurs on certain days and certain times.
Yes, I can get that to you. I've presented to council once before.
We don't need it.
I would think your officers could use it. It'd be more efficient for them. They could curb that problem by seeing when to be at the right place at the right time
And that's
and pay for these devices by doing our partial pay for them anyway.
Well, so here's the rationale. We have data, right? And the data comes back and says that there's really no need for enforcement because which is basically what I'm saying is these things do drive behavior. So I think that even like I said, when I asked Betty Lou Cummins directly, she said that when that machine is out there, the behavior is better. So, which then that's where I'm coming from. Maybe we invest in one that's permanently there, like these, and it's always there. And of course, Old Post Road has been a complaint since I moved to the city. I've heard several council.
I'm not against this.
Oh, no.
I was just saying that since this does collect the data, I want to make sure, I didn't know that at first because we just received this, that we can see if we can use it in other places. I'm not arguing for this at all, if that's what you think.
No. I just
okay.
no. I want to say that they do drive behavior, and at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that somebody's not going to drive by it and game it, right? To see how fast I can get it to read. I mean, I think you're going to have some of that too, right? But the goal here is that the residents keep coming back asking for some mitigation. You know, and we move a trailer around and we get some data and we basically come back and say that, it's not enough there to do anything. So do we spend a little bit of money and actually put one there with the intent to maybe put them in key places? Washington would be another one, Bay possibly. But I think since obviously Old Post has been, and I don't know if that's the most complained about road or not, but I know it's one that comes to mind several times since she's been here. Every town hall religiously to remind us of that, and we're not doing anything whether it be a speed bump or a permanent solution.
Well, the trailers tell you the speed as well.
Right.
So
And
the,
that's-
the only one is the covert that doesn't tell you the speed. So we have two present that will tell them the speed that drive behavior.
Mhm.
This would be the third, and then we have a fourth. Then the fourth would be the covert one. So instead of having a trailer move it around, I want the data to see if we can permanently put stuff there. That's what I'm saying. So that's what this does. So we're all on the same page.
Right, but have we not done that, I guess? Is that, you
Have
want,
we not done what?
so are you suggesting we put the portable trailer on a Old Post Road and leave it there for a
No,
certain amount of time?
I suggest we
that's
make
not
sure
what I.
that these
That's
things
not
are
what I said at all.
deployed
What do you want to
all
do?
the time.
I'm confused. What is it you were
I
saying?
don't know. You keep talking, and you're. It's like you're trying. You're. I'm not fighting this. I asked for data to get more possibly for this amount of money. That's all I'm saying.
So you want to buy more of these?
Potentially, if
Yeah,
this works.
I totally agree with that. But I think what the discussion is do we buy one, put it up on Old Post or maybe somewhere else, and then look at how that drives behavior going forward. And if it's effective, then actually buy a couple more. For
That's
other
what I just
places.
said.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I did some research, as I always do, and I looked at the effectiveness of radar speed signs in improving road safety and et cetera. And so research and case studies show that radar speed signs can reduce speeds by an average of 5 to 7 miles per hour, and they reduce the number of drivers exceeding the speed limit by up to 50%. But I found this one study that talked about how over a period of years, after 21 months of operation, the radar speed sign continues to be effective in reducing average speeds in a 25 mile per hour neighborhood. And they collected this from radar signs from all over the United States, and that was the total percentage. And then 6 months of operation, it is very effective in lowering the peak speeds to lower speeds. 55% of more vehicles obey the sign. So personally, I think that it's a great addition.
So by consensus, you guys okay with moving forward to purchase
Yes.
a couple of these?
No.
No?
The reason is, I don't believe we've made an effective deployment of our signs in the city now. And I'd like to see, do we have a record of what we've deployed over the past year?
I
Does
think
that
what the
exist?
thing is the trailers are mobile and they're going to move to the many different areas in the city.
I get that.
So what Eric is saying is having a permanent sign there will affect their driving 100% of the time if they're going to follow the rules at all. Moving the trailer, they're going to follow the rules while the trailer's there. Then you're going to move it from Old Post to Washington, and then Old Post is going to go back to speeding. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that the trailer we can still use them on spot checks at different spots.
Right.
But the places that we know that we have speeding issues, Old Post, Washington, Grand, Bay, that we have speeding, that potentially put one up, make sure it works, that we're seeing what we need to see because it's going to collect the data, and then possibly buy more.
And I will say that if we were to move forward with purchasing the one for Old Post, let's say that's where it goes, that we would no longer need to put the mobile unit on Old Post because there would always be one there, which would basically allow us to use R2 in other parts. So we'd have more coverage. Well, the third one is a covert device.
Well, that captures the
Well,
information.
that's going to give you real information.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
what Eric is saying and what Cherokee is saying is by seeing when you drive by and you see the number, that slows you down. The covert when you don't see the number, so you're not going to slow down. That's going to collect data. Correct me if I'm incorrect. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's going to give you real.
It's going to give him data, but it's not going to slow the people down. The whole point is to slow them down.
I get that. I don't believe, I'm still asking, is there a report that has the deployment for all these devices for the last year?
We deploy those devices when we get the complaints. We put the covert box out first. We collect the data because it's only good for a week. And then based upon the report that we get, we'll deploy the trailer. And if it gives you a high level of enforcement necessary, like we had on Washington Street, we do an operational plan. So it is another one of these devices that we do not track how many times we put it out. We just put it out when we get complaints.
I suggest we start doing tracking because I'm going to be asking for reports, not only from your department, but the rest of the departments, because I don't believe we're paying attention to the detail around here. And these are things that cost money. And to have devices sitting in idle mode in this parking lot behind us, it's not effective use of our funds. It's not fair to the citizens to pay for things and have them sit and not deploy. So my concern is, let's get a plan together. Let's start tracking this stuff. I'm not necessarily opposed to putting one of those devices in, but if we've got 3 devices and they're sitting on the shelf, let's put them in play. It could sit there every single day of the year and collect data. And maybe it has the same benefit of providing that safety that we're trying to achieve, especially Washington. I know that they're ripping through there pretty good. Mm-hmm. But that's my concern right now. Dropping another 10 grand when you got 30 grand worth of devices sitting idle and only deployed when you get a complaint. Well, my suggestion would be we need to be proactive. We need to have a methodology to go and track this stuff down. We know there's stuff going on in the city, but we need to address it. That's my concern.
This collects data longer than the mobile units, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one would.
Right. So
Okay.
this is permanent. You'd be getting data
Yep.
like you want all the time.
Yep.
I think you can eliminate grand as far as being a problem just with speed hump.
Yeah, I
I
think,
think you can
Just
too.
one.
Yeah, I
All you
think-
need is one
yeah.
because you got them all up grand all the way through New Perici. Just put one more there, and you don't have to worry about grand anymore.
yeah, no, I agree. Grand could be
And
handled
you got
differently.
Washington is a big problem, and Old Post and Bay, of course. And I think this one on Old Post I think that would be great if the police department monitors it and sees when the problem is, and if there is a problem, they can efficiently address that problem on those days and times.
So, would it be a good idea to maybe put an agenda item together on just speeding in general? We could talk about Grand, we could talk about different places, and we maybe at that point decide on this particular purchase, and whether it's Old Post Road or maybe we decide Washington. And in the meantime, obviously, deploy the ones we have 24/7 somewhere.
I'm sorry, what did you just ask for? I'm sorry.
So we can address this and move ahead and let's not purchase it, or we could put it on an agenda item and just talk about speeding in general.
I mean, it's been, as you eloquently said, it's been addressed numerous times. I think we should just go ahead with one and get collecting the data and see where we go from there.
Oh, we can do that.
Maybe it doesn't work at all. Maybe it's $10,000 that we shouldn't have spent. I don't know, but I think we need to buy one. We need to try it. We've had the complaint numerous times. Let's move forward.
Is that you make a motion for that, Tim?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we buy the speed. What do we call it? Excuse me. The radar speed sign for 2 of them, one to
Bidirectional.
each direction, for the amount of $9,890.84.
Motion seconded.
I have a motion second. Further discussion? Anyone for public like comment? Cindy? You're next, Pat. Wait.
Cynthia Malin, 5446 Blue Point Drive. Just to help you guys out, I remember looking at his report that he did when he put it in front of our house, and that was a covert one. The speed limit for between 1 week was between 87 miles an hour to probably about 50% or so that kept within the speed limit. So that means 50% were speeding. Now, where the lady who came in at the city council, she's farther down, so she gets the traffic down there going to the townhouses. So that could be different because of a lot of them turn there at Bay. So I'm just as a review, so to refresh your memory on that information. There is quite a bit of speeding there on Old Post. But again, if you put it down there closer to that street, I think you might catch a lot more too.
Thanks. Pat?
Pat Rogers, 4838 Sunset. I have a rental house at the corner of Queener and Washington, and my tenant tells me that the people who go to that meth lab clinic, and they're like 6 o'clock in the morning, they're early, they are flying up and down the road. He was trying to back into his backyard, and they were, weren't slowing down. He just about got hit right there. So, and he's volunteered to have a police cruiser park in the yard if they need. They don't have a problem with that because the traffic is just horrible over there in Washington. And it's, and it's worst real early in the morning when they're all racing in there to get their daily whatever.
Thanks. Anyone else? Joe?
Thank you. Joe Malin, 5446 Blue Point Drive. Has City Council or anyone else looked into the possibility of getting ones with a speed camera on it and citing those drivers? I know the city of Phoenix, Arizona, there's a couple down in Seattle, Washington, that you go zipping down through there, 5 miles, 10 miles over the speed limit, whatever Chief Robinson wants to cap it at. They'll just take a picture of your license plates and you get a ticket in the mail. And that might be something that would, when you start hitting them in the pocketbook, that might be something that will start to slow them down a little bit. Because like I said, you put the covert one out and, it's 50%. They see the real speed, from the trailers. They'll slow down for a little bit, but as soon as those trailers are gone, the speed picks back up again. So what I'm saying is $10,000 for another one that just shows the speed. How much more would it be to get one with the camera and take their picture and send them a ticket?
Chief, I don't think that we don't have the ability to do automated enforcement with cameras on speed, right? Yeah, it's not legal to do that. That's why.
But we have red light cameras at the intersections.
Right, different.
Is that a whole different thing? Okay. Okay. Just thought
Great point. I agree, but it's not something we're able to do.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back. The only thing I'll add on this particular unit that you guys have, does it when you do go over the speed limit, does it blink? Does it have some kind of light flash or anything?
Yeah, it says slow down, I think.
So slow down. I know there was some options where you could actually make a flash, like it was taking a picture, just give the perception that you could be getting a ticket. I don't know if that's
It does. This one does allow for speed-triggered messages such as too fast or slow down. There may be more messages. Well, it's just those are the two.
okay. Anything else? Put to vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I wanted to make a comment before you went on to.
Well, I asked.
And I was trying. So there is a motion on the floor. Right?
Second.
I'd like to amend that motion or have it come out of the police impound lot revenue if we're gonna buy it.
Why?
I'm just saying that if we're gonna buy that, I would like it, and I'm having that discussion, to be funded from the police impound revenue.
Where are we?
We got 56 grand there. They got a $60,000 projection. There.
Well, it's a good question. Where was we planning on funding this from? Because it was an agenda item, so.
Right. Well, we're going to find it. I haven't made a final decision yet.
Okay. And there's ARPA funding we have too available. What do we have in the impound?
That's 56K sitting there.
Penny for Pasco. I think it's appropriate use of that fund. I wouldn't recommend impact fees. It's not really a correct revenue source to use for that. That's more for the purpose of, something's getting, paying for like another portion of the fire department because we have more residents now. Larger piping for stormwater because there's more.
Can't hear.
You can't hear me? But yeah, impact fees are not a proper use for capital equipment.
You're saying impound.
Oh, impound
Yeah,
fees.
the
I heard
Impound
impact.
fees that they collect from selling vehicles that they impound should be used to support police business. Right? So all I'm suggesting is, can it come from that fund?
I believe it could.
We've got 56 grand in there for 6 months. The budget showed 60 grand. If I double 56, I'm going to have 112. We're way overrunning.
Yeah. What do we normally spend out of there? Equipment like radios.
That's all I'm suggesting.
And I'll say ARPA funding as well would probably cover this, and we got to spend that by the end of the year too. So, do you want to say?
I'm
So
just thinking this is a cause.
I'll let them.
Cost.
I'll let Rachel and Matt decide where the
Where
most
to pull from.
appropriate form. It's all coming out of the big pot of the city of Port Richey, so where they feel it's most appropriate, I trust them.
Does that work for you? All right. So, the motion doesn't need to be amended then. So, motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Guess you get some more comments, right?
I don't know if I want to.
A little unorthodox, but
Yeah.
agile government.
The city attorney and city clerk are in the process of reviewing the city's charter. It is anticipated that one more meeting between the group will be required for a draft to be prepared for presentation to the city council. So I'm just giving you a heads up that probably in June, we'll probably be coming to you with the results of the review of the charter, and you can start your review of the charter. No action required.
Yeah.
Good job.
Now, on the other side, during today's planning and zoning board meeting, the board voted to designate Michael Ferez as an alternate. Should the council wish to act on this appointment tonight, as the opportunity to do so. The next planning and zoning board meeting will be on 5/14/2024, the same day as the council's next meeting. And I bring that up is if you're inclined to follow through with that, tonight might be a good night to do it, so that individual could be ready for the next meeting.
You want to defer it to the board committees section? Yeah, we'll just address that then. Keep rolling.
Public Works will be conducting additional yard waste collection starting next Monday to address the backlog that you may see around the city. Due to staffing and operational challenges, we fell behind, but now have the necessary resources to resume the regular pickups next week. Typically, yard waste is collected during the first week of the month, and we anticipate returning to this schedule in May. And then something I don't have down that I was reminded that I was actually going to talk to you during the study session, but that just went way too long. So I'll bring it up tonight. I'm told that usually after an election with new council members coming on, the city provides some ethics training to council. Typically, that's kind of a short, maybe a 1 hour or so type of event for you all. In talking with the city attorneys, talking with the city attorney, they have on staff someone that does ethics training. And as we were talking about training for all our boards and commissions, that maybe it might be an idea rather than just to offer that to city council, that we also offer that to any of our boards and commissions and make it a mandatory meeting so they can participate in that, and possibly looking at more than the hour. I know the individual with the city attorney's firm, I think can go up to 4-hour presentation.
It's Attorney Moore. Some of you have seen him before. He does training Speak Light on this and does the 4-hour training that you are required to have. So he can do that, get that out of the way if you want to do that, or he can do a shorter version. It's just really up to you what you want to have at this point. We have new people on P&Z. We have new people here. It's the perfect time to do it. It's a lot of things that govern you that you need to know about, and you need to know the right way to do them. So that's the recommendation to do it. It's just a matter of how much time you want to spend on it at this point in time.
I will bring up that the Florida League of Cities provides the 4-hour training class for free several times during the year. Or if we had something in the house that would cost us attorney fees and whatnot to do that. I don't know if the Florida League of Cities provides that for board's committee members or not. I would assume they probably would.
We did it in-house, they probably would.
But, well, I don't know if they do it in-house. It's all online, unless they do at some of the meetings, like the annual conference. If you go to the annual conference, they have a time frame you set aside, you can do it as well. So,
When they're next.
annual conference, I think September.
Somebody's looking, I wonder.
But I don't know when the next one.
Yeah, that would be my caution, since we have, like I said, new people on P&Z, new people on this council. Maybe you don't do the 4-hour, but I wouldn't wait too long, because it is important information that you have. And obviously, if you don't know it, you don't know what you're doing wrong, and it could expose the city to a lawsuit and yourself to ethics.
Yeah. The board and committee members, they aren't required to do the 4 hours.
No,
It's just elected, right?
That the reason to have them come is because they are sunshine bodies, and so public records and sunshine and ethics do apply to them. So we want them to understand their responsibilities and what those things mean.
Could the course be structured so that they could maybe do that sunshine law and kind of get an overview, and then the remainder, say 3 hours, deal with the remainder of
I'd have to ask Mr. Mora how it's his presentation, so I don't know how much of each topic is, how much time's given to each topic. I can ask him that.
I'm just thinking it might be easier to catch an hour for them to get an overview, and we've got to sit through a 4-hour anyway.
Right. So if there's more of an interest initially for an overview, I would probably recommend that everybody, including council, get I think his shortest is at 90 minutes, a little an hour to 90 minutes. Perhaps do that, and then you guys can do the 4-hour one separately. Again, Mr. Mora could come, but you're right. If you can get that in a different fashion that doesn't cost money, it's always nice to do that, and they do a good job. A lot of times you'll see Mr. Mora on there.
He's the one that does it,
yeah, he's
actually.
the one that does it with the League of Cities, so you'll see him again just by video. But I think for the overview idea for the boards, it would make more sense just for all of you to have that collectively, and then you guys can get the more detailed 4-hour one at a different time. It was just an option that he put out there because he knows you need it, and if you want to get it out of the way.
Would you want to do like a workshop, ethics workshop for one evening?
Yeah.
All the boards and committees come?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could do definitely the short version, and council could get the 4 hours in free via the Florida League of Cities.
Yeah. It's important.
Right. We'll work with his schedule and get something arranged to get that on your calendars.
Cool. That's it?
I'm done.
Sure.
It's over. Yep.
Okay, next up is comments from the mayor and city council. I'll start with Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hi. I want to apologize, first of all, for not having copies for you because I ran out of ink. But I wanted to share with you because you would ask specifically about the survey, and so I kind of wanted to give you an overview of what's been, what I've been getting. Again, I want to reiterate, this is an unofficial survey. This is just me going around asking, but doing it via computer with my job, and I've just not been able to get around. So according to this, I had 115 responses. The first question is, do you want high-rise residential complexes to be built in the waterfront area, parentheses, currently Gildog, Seaside of Port Richey? The answers were yes, no, or unsure. 19 said yes, they want the high-rise complexes. 81 said no, and 15 were not sure. That is 70.47% of the 115 people that do not want high rises in Gildog's area. Current code, city code prohibits the rental of jet skis and certain boats on Miller Bayou. Are you in favor of or against code changes that would permit companies to rent jet skis for use in and around Miller's Bayou? first response was, I want jet skis rental in and around Miller's Bayou. I do not want
Jet skis.
Yeah, thank you. And not sure. 20 people said they do want it. 77 said they do not want it. 18 said they are not sure. That is 66.99% that do not want jet skis in Miller's Bayou. Current zoning prohibits RV parks within the city limits. Are you in favor of or against zoning changes that would permit the establishment of RV parks within the city limits? The responses were, I want RV parks in the city limits. I do not want RV parks in the city limits, and not sure. 17 people, I have two numbers. I had three more respondents over the weekend, so I'm just reading what I have printed prior to. So 17 people said they do want RV parks. 81 said they do not want RV parks, and 17 said they are not sure. That is 70.47% of the people that responded do not want RV parks. And then, when envisioning the future of Port Richey, please select below what best reflects your preference for the city's future. I want Port Richey to stay primarily residential, maintaining small town atmosphere, or I would like Port Richey to change with increased commercial activity, tall buildings, RV parks, and opportunity for jet ski rentals. Those were the two choices. 85.6.
Say one more time. What was the choice?
Sure. Which one? Let me just read both again.
So I got the first three. This is question 4, right, on the survey?
Well, this question, there were others that I skipped that was like about, do you want acreage on the RV parks and stuff like that? That's on here. I will get you all copies of this. I apologize.
So this particular answer you're going to give us is for what question?
When envisioning the future of Port Richey.
Residential community?
It says, when envisioning the future of Port Richey, it did not. It said, please select the answer below that best reflects your preference for the
No, this is actual.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the options were?
The option was, I want Port Richey to stay primarily residential, maintaining small town atmosphere. Or I want Port Richey to change with increased commercial activity, tall buildings, RV parks, and opportunity for jet ski rentals. 85.6% of the people that responded out of the 115 wanted to stay primarily residential, small town atmosphere. I have at the end of it, because that was one thing, Eric, that you were concerned for, and I appreciate that, was at the end there was an open section for comments. I have 80 comments. I'm not going to read them all to you because we would be here all night. I don't want to do that to anybody. Do you want me to read a few of them, or do you want me to just do that next time? I don't want to read 80. I'll go horse.
Just if you want to pass them out.
All I have is one copy.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a couple you want to read.
Well, I'll just start at the top. I don't want to be cherry picking. I don't want, that's not my goal.
Just a couple examples.
Yep, that's fine. We need a developer to help us with Cody River Landing, but it needs to enable us to be able to enjoy living here. We are a small city with restaurants to go to by boat or car or golf cart. I love that. We're not a tourist destination and can't be only in a 3-mile radius. Traffic and police fire response rates it's hard to read this, sorry.
You're fine.
Are concerns with significant changes in zoning. Traffic is already absolutely terrible. WOD and its businesses, or waterfront businesses in the city, are the only reasons people stop in Port Richey. We will be a neighborhood, not a city, if we don't stay true to growing responsibly. I would like Port Richey to change into a city with increased commercial activity, tall buildings, and opportunities for jet ski rentals. I love the hometown feel of Port Richey. I support growth that maintains this feel. Work on golf cart crossing for residents to access downtown New Port Richey. These are all different comments. These are all different people. I would also like to prohibit the use of those awful loud airboats that disrupt our sleep and peacefulness. They are so careless and inconsiderate. Before the citizens can start to envision growth for the city, the way they are pushing it, the infrastructure needs to be improved. The Waterfront District doesn't have enough parking to support an event hosting a cover band. There are safety concerns on a normal weekday lunch hour. The lack of sidewalks, crosswalks, and road conditions is astounding. I'm for the city walk and restaurant, but condos and RV parks too much. Like small town feel, that's why we moved here. We don't need the city getting into the real estate business. Look at the problems the city of Newport Richey is going through with trying to buy Schwetman School. Residents are up in arms because they want to build condos. Don't do it. Traffic, crime, and tax increases. I'm not going to read this long one only because it's half cut off because of the way the cell was done. So it's a partial comment. So that's the only reason I'm not going to read that one. In favor of tall buildings and commercial, but no RV parks and jet ski rentals. I would like Port Richey to grow, maybe with some businesses, but to keep that hometown small feeling and quaint. I like our waterfront area needs to have restaurants and retail, but not housing. That impedes the area and changes the design. We need to expand and update our neighborhoods. There are too many businesses that are run down and quite frankly look like, oh, I'm not going to say that word. Look like S. If you bring higher quality living to an area, you get higher quality everything. At least that's the way I see it. Newport Richey did it very well with expanding their downtown. Why not us next? Question 7 doesn't allow appropriate answers. I want Port Richey to increase retail and quality multifamily units for sale. But that doesn't mean I want RV parks and jet ski rentals. I choose the second option because it forced me to answer. Seriously, the way these questions are worded, you don't even need to bother.
Is it good?
I get, yeah,
Yeah, I get gist of it. Yeah.
yeah, so I'll get them to you. But the majority of the people on this, my unofficial survey, are not in favor of
A lot of stuff. Yeah. So, and just to comment on that, so obviously it was unofficial, right?
unofficial.
So there was when I saw I didn't take the survey. I don't know.
You could.
No, I
Then
know.
you can be part of it.
Well, I didn't want to skew the results with my comments. I don't know if you guys took the survey as well, but point being is that out of, if we use a 3,500 resident total, 115, I think you said,
Yep.
that's 3 point, I'm gonna round up this, it's 3.3% of the total populace of the city. So not a great representation. The other side of that also is since it was unofficial, the wording of the questions were somewhat pointed, if you will, when you talk about.
Well, I'm sorry. The wording, the question I came up with the topics, and the person who did it is certified in surveys and many certifications in this area, so she did it.
Right. No, and I, my point being is I just on the first question, the high rises. Do you want high rises? We have high rises now, 72-foot or high rises, mid rises. So, do you want those? No, we got a bigger problem than whatever potential projects coming in.
I understand that.
Right now we can have 72-foot buildings, and we wouldn't do anything about it. And then if you're trying to gauge people on that individual project, knowing that it was more to it than just high rises, as was in a public meeting. So, if the question probably could have been a little more in depth than just high rises. Because if you think, do I want high rises? My first inkling is, no, I don't want to see a bunch of high rises. I don't want to live in Miami. So, depending on how the person interprets the question, how well the question's written, will give you a different answer. So, I don't want to say this is bad information by all means. This is comments, and I think probably the actual comments themselves probably help with that, because I think somebody said that they kind of forced one way or another. And a lot of people maybe not sure because they wasn't sure what the question meant. Some people answered with emotion, maybe some not. Again, there's a lot of things that go into surveys. So it probably would be better to do an official survey with very specific questions that actually apply to what we're seeking to do, as opposed to just general, per se. But at the end of the day, it was 3% of the populace.
Well, let's put that into perspective. We just had an election where
Great point.
Where these people won with only 200 plus votes, this is half of that on an unofficial survey.
Mhm.
So we've got council, including myself, probably, I don't remember how many I got, but including myself and you, we were only elected on 250 some odd votes
Right.
in the whole city.
That's correct.
So my unofficial survey is got half of what we were just elected for. So I don't think that number is, I don't think you saying that's not a good representation is fair to that.
Well, no, our election was around 18%, I think, of that.
But everybody was elected on less than 300 votes, correct? Nobody had more than 300 votes, correct? 200 and some odd.
This last election,
Yes.
yeah, 200 something, yeah, correct.
So that's just,
Yeah. There's no question that there's a division among the electorate that actually go out and vote, that there was about half and half. I mean, it's always kind of been like that. You have two sides of every argument.
absolutely.
So all I'm saying is we've got a survey with very specific questions that may not necessarily drive what the truth of, but again, we just talk about high rises, just in general.
I respectfully disagree because this was put
Well-
together by somebody who does this for a living. So
Well, this was put out because there was election and there's been talk.
no, I put this out the day of the election. This did not affect the election. This was not put out before and I did that on purpose.
With election aside, I guess my point being is there was a survey put out that was unofficial, that was, the questions was not vetted by council.
Nope.
And the high rise question by itself is only part of, that was brought out because of the potential development going in the Waterfront.
Absolutely.
Right. So, again, we can have high rises now. People probably don't even realize that are maybe weighing in on this. So my concern is that when we put out a survey, we need to make sure that we're asking the right questions. I'm not saying those aren't the right questions. I'm just saying, from my perspective, they were a little pointed.
When you
to
go
drive the
around and
narrative.
talk to people and you get their opinions, you base your opinion on what you've listened to those people, correct?
I listen to all.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
what this is. This is me going around and asking people. This is it. Now, my survey, I don't have. I have access to. I could enter a comment myself if I wanted to.
Sure.
But I can't go around and I can't make the numbers what I want them to read. But anybody can come in here and say, 100% of the people and say whatever they want to say. I wanted to be able to, when I make decisions for the city, I wanted to be able to see what, not my friends, not what my neighbors, what strangers. I don't know these people.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of them probably, because it went out on a couple different websites. And I don't know these people. I don't know them, and I'm getting their opinion. So I think, in my opinion, this is getting their opinion, and I'm going to listen to the people because that's what those people want.
And I respect you for engaging the public to get some
Thank
opinions
you.
out there. It's very
appreciate that.
admirable,
Thank
and
you.
we all should do that as electeds. I just an example and a reason. I'm not trying to hack up your survey. That's not my intent. Please don't take it that way. I just, when you're trying to get an answer from maybe people that don't know the full story about things, if you ask a question a certain way, you may not get the right answer. And I'll give you an example. I had a phone call today from a resident back in Sand Pebble that was concerned about the development we talked about. And as we talked, and I kind of explained to him the backstory, I explained how things work and all these things, he had a better feeling, at least I felt that he did, and that was maybe a little more understanding of the project. Whereas if he took your survey, do you want high rises, he might have been a hard no.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to several people that were against certain things, and as I speak to them and kind of lay things out and give them full information, not just a pointed question, but really the detail behind, what goes into these things, how they're vetted and all that, they have a better understanding and they have more of an open mind. So it's important that when you ask the questions, that the questions are the right questions. I'm not saying yours weren't, but I'm just saying that when I looked at the questions, it was very pointed. High rises, jet skis, and RV parks, and those could be looked at as bad words, right? In some people's mind, without knowing the full picture. What are you asking us for, right? That's all the comment I'm giving on that. Not that it's not valuable information, but sometimes you can get the answers you're looking for. If that makes sense.
That's not the way it was.
Okay.
That's your
The
opinion.
point was with the jet ski rentals. Was someone
sorry?
the jet ski rentals question, was there someone trying to open a jet ski rental company here in the city?
Yeah, by Guild Dogs. That's
That's
the
jet
whole
ski
code
tour.
change.
That's not rental. That's completely
Okay,
different
the
animal.
the sign at Guild Dogs did not say eco tours. It said jet ski rentals.
They're tours though. They're
But that's not
rentals.
what the sign
Well,
says.
he can rephrase the sign. I'm just telling you what it
I'm
is.
telling you what the sign says.
They're guided tours.
Well, that's not what the code is going to right now.
Well, yeah. So look, we're going to talk about that actually here shortly.
Okay.
But I just had those comments on that, sir. So did you have anything else to add to that?
No, that was all.
Again, and again, not trying to be negative. I appreciate the effort that you put behind that to put that together and get the resident feedback. And I look forward to read some of those in
Yes.
depth.
I will get them to you.
I'll pass it to Councilwoman Champson.
So I would like to talk about the Public Works picking up the yard waste collections. So when did that begin? City Manager Matt, do you know
Long
when
before
that?
I came here.
Yes.
I'm going to defer to Sal. He can give us that backstory.
Long before I came here,
Now that's a long time.
and that's a long time. It's been a city service ever since I started here, which was over 26 years ago. It was already in place. Brush pickup has always been a benefit for city residents. That's always been done by Public Works. So I don't know the exact time when it actually started, but it's been around for a very long time.
1983 it was here when we moved here.
And so whenever the Public Works people, they go and they pick up all of the yard stuff, not all citizens comply, right, with the rules and regulations. So it takes them longer, right, to pick up stuff.
Well, it depends what you mean, like not complying, like
Dead animals, giant, giant.
Logs.
Thank you.
There'll be debris that has to be sorted. Large stumps, like you said, larger branches than normal. Sometimes there'll be contractor piles that a contractor will put out there. It's been going on for so long. They know the area.
And that's not allowed, right?
It's not. No, it's normally it's a citizen who cuts their own branches. That's the stuff we're supposed to be picked up. There are times there have been instances that citizens have hired contractors to cut for them, and they'll pile the pile out front. Sometimes, it's few and far between, but we've been notified of this and we've taken action. But and normally it's just, quote unquote, once again, we only have a code enforcer, patrolling the city, doing his job. So if he happens to see a contractor illegally dumping or anything like that, we can catch them at that moment. But once again, this can happen at any time and any hour, of the day. It can happen at 8 o'clock at night, after they've done cutting for the day. So, but most people comply, with the right size debris and stuff like that. But there are instances that it's larger size debris that has to be sorted and either just taken to another like landfill or a dump or disposed of differently.
And can you explain how long it takes for the Public Works guys to perform this service for the city?
It's usually they'll under normal circumstances without it being a high weather bad weather event such as like a hurricane or a tropical storm or a big front. Usually they can accomplish going through the three sides of the city within about a week. Sometimes a week and a half, give and take. Now that they're a little bit behind because of this month, they'll start next week and probably carry over into the next week of the month, to finish up.
So that's a week or a week and a half of time that they're picking up debris when they could be fixing infrastructure issues, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if there's a way that we could reduce this somehow. That either we make certain places where all of the debris could be brought that's under some kind of surveillance so we can make sure that contractors aren't dumping things, or do away with it. Like, I know it's a great service. I myself have used it. But at the same time, I wonder, like a week to a week and a half of public works guys. How many do we have in employment with the city?
Thank you. We're currently we have a total of 5 total. So one was on maternity leave with his wife for several weeks. He'll be back on Monday, and then we just hired a new person this week. So we're fully staffed at 5.
And then
And one of them is for the parks, and then the other 4 maintain the other services throughout the city.
And how many are deployed then for that week and a half?
The entire crew.
So
the entire crew, all 4.
All 4.
You know, it'll be a combination of two operating trucks and then 1 operating the loader, and then that 4th personnel is traffic control. Helping picking up the debris that the machine didn't get. That they'll do that. So, and then they run trucks constantly. We have 2 dump trucks that run brush, constantly while the loader is loading. We run them to our brush pile at the end of Leo Kid.
Mm-hmm.
We'd actually talked about back before Matt was here and Sal was interim. It was whether we're going to continue that service or not. It was with everyone Sal was to do a different contract with a mulching company to take care of the debris or whatever. Which the service itself, residents really love to have that, right? It's and of course we live in Florida, palm fronds dropping all the time. Trimming your trees. So it's a really valuable service that the residents have come to not want to get rid of. And the conversation was, do we continue to do that? Because it obviously costs more to do that, right? Not even talking about the manpower, but actually just the cost to be able to process it. And I forget what the millage impact that you guys had put on that. Do you remember what it is? We decided not to do it and keep things the same, but there was a certain millage increase to be able to continue the service with that new contract, if you recall.
I know the piggyback contract was in the realm of 60,000 to mulch the pile twice a year, but I don't remember what the millage impact would have been to it.
I don't think we increase the millage.
We did not.
No, we didn't because we didn't go forward with that. So that was a
we did 0.18 for the code enforcement officer, but the other was maybe 2.2 something. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, we had that conversation, and so we just kind of continued to maintain it as it was without going with the new company. I guess while we're on that topic, one of the main issues was that we were filling our stuff up over there where we store it, right? Have we improved that any? As far as remember we pile that stuff up off of is it off
Leo Kid?
Leo Kid, the brush pile. So
yeah, so one of the reasons it's not being used, and so we were running out of space or something, if I remember right.
Well, recently, Daryl Rose, our director, he was he's been sampling the brush pile attachment for our new for our new machine. Mm-hmm. So the skid steer. So he had the rental equipment for a duration which we used to mulch our pile.
Oh, good.
So he pretty much accomplished the entire pile.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah, when I spoke to them, they were very the guys that run it were very happy and very excited that it was working very well.
Yes.
That's what they told me.
Yeah. So we wanted to demo that, and Cat was very, very generous with the amount of time. They actually came out, replaced some of the blades on the machine. They serviced it. They said, have at it, use it. Actually, they included their own skid steer with the attachment. So we didn't even have to use our skid steer. It was a skid steer with a mulching attachment. And it was basically a demo to use as long as we needed to. Like I said, they were generous with time. And this way we can look forward to purchasing our own in the future. But we managed to eliminate all the brush that we've collected for the past year. So
we solved our immediate problem.
So we have plenty of room now, which is good because we're coming into storm season. So it was really beneficial on the time that we did it just now. So
I just wonder if it wouldn't be smart to reduce, we have 5 public works and we're deploying all of them for a week to a week and a half just to pick up brush. I know it's great. I think that it's awesome. Get free brush pickup, but we're one of the only cities in the area that does free brush pickup. completely free of charge. And yet we're deploying vehicles, we're deploying the material. They have to drive from one side of the city to another, back and forth, stop, make multiple stops. That's a week to a week and a half that they could be used to do all kinds of other different things that we need, like fix potholes, change meters to the new ones that they just acquired. You know, I just wonder if it wouldn't be good to look into to see if there's other options. That's what
Ready?
Yeah.
Pass it over to Councilman Mueller.
Okay, got 11 items. Buckle up. From now on, when we get the electronic version of the agenda, can we get the actual attachment other than a PDF, so when it's in its native form? Because
The program that I run, when it creates the agenda, it creates a PDF.
okay, but the other attachments, like that are attached to that, sometimes
Spreadsheets.
yeah, can we get those in the native form? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a question.
Yeah, anything that I produce going forward, I'll forward you.
That way it saves time from converting it to a PDF to taking it back to the native form, and then I got to make a phone call or email. Appreciate that. We had a discussion, I believe it was last Monday, on these gaming situations in arcades. I was absolutely floored that we're not doing anything about that. We need to do some action. I've heard a lot of people were very disgusted with the replies. We need to take a stand. We need to move forward with getting FDLE involved if that's what it takes, or the Gaming Commission, and make a positive impact in our neighborhoods and eliminate this. I received a letter from an individual who indicated that her husband lost over $500,000 in one of these places. They were happily married for 18 years. We moved here 7 years ago, opened a small family business, and now it's closed due to the addiction. So what I'd like to do is see if we can get a plan together to move forward with addressing some of this illegal gaming in our community. Number 3. There was a beach sampling report done, and I commend you guys for adding Brasher Park to that. And we had a 10 in Olsner we added to that, and Brasher as well. Both scored a 10, came out pretty good. I think that's great progress. I'd like to see that report on our web. Let our people know that, hey, we're getting good ratings here. Something good's happening. Got to capitalize on those good events. Also, I thank you for updating your website with the current council members. Great happening. I'd like to see the report on the patrols for the police boats, both of them. And when will the new boat be in service?
Yeah, I said earlier I'd gotten kind of a number of emails I have to put together.
Oh, okay. So do we just have an idea when it's going to be in service?
If you remember, we had some issues with upfitter. So while he still had the vehicles, we had to find another upfitter.
I'm talking about the police boat.
I know.
Okay.
So instead of sending the boat to the same upfitter, we had to find another upfitter, and there's only 2 in the area, Dana and Police 1. So we were able to finally locate another individual, and he's going to be doing the updating as soon as we get the lights in. We had to order the lights because we had to change the use for the boat, so we had to change the lighting package.
Gotcha. Also, there were some cars that were to be ordered too. They were being delayed as well. Do we have a due date on those?
They're here.
Okay, great. Also, I noticed that there was a drug bust over the weekend. Looks like somebody was apprehended and got another car in the confiscation pool, I believe.
2 cars, actually.
Two. Excellent.
2 drug busts.
Well, I was just referring to the one that I saw on the
Yeah.
Facebook. So, and I think that's a good plan to get that stuff out there. Let our citizens know that you guys are working and this is what's coming through our area and this particular situation occurred and you guys dealt with it. Good job. Also, thanks to the fire department, it seems that they also did rescued a boater that was out of gas. Appreciate that as well. Looks like you guys are on top of it as well. Appreciate that. I know we had some discussion at one time about an electronic sign out in front of City Hall to let people know that as they're driving by, there's a meeting tonight or a special event. I don't know where that stands, but in the meantime, is there a way that we, or do we have just the regular 2x3 signs like the election signs that we could put out there to let people know there's a meeting tonight at 6 or something like that? Try to kind of give people a heads up that something's happening here. Maybe set them out on Monday or something like that, just to let people know that there's a meeting tonight. Also, do we have a process to foreclose any of these liens? I saw where, no?
When you finish your question, since I've been here, no one's asked that to happen. So we never put that into play.
Okay. My concern is, and reading through that, I saw that they go 20 years on a lien and expires and it's worthless. So my recommendation is those liens where we've knocked the building down, have incurred demolition costs at a significant value, maybe we ought to look at foreclosing those so that we stand in line and at least we got something that lasts beyond that 20 years in event that occurs. So I think we need to have an active effort trying to address that.
And just let you know, Veronica sent to me last week, I think it was, an email that contained, I think, about $60,000 worth of liens that she feels we should be going after. And so one of the next steps is we'll be sitting down with the city attorney to kind of go through those and come up with a way, because I mean, there's some that are like $100.
Oh, yeah, I'm not
And I don't
talking
know
about
if-
those.
Yeah. And so
Material.
Yeah, and so we need to come up with, I think what you're suggesting, the same thing that we're talking about, we'll be talking to the city attorney about, is, which one should we be going after? Obviously, if we're demoing a house or a building, we should be going hot and heavy on those. And so we'll come up with a plan. Obviously, we'll present it to you, let you guys know, and have comment on it. So we are kind of starting that process right now.
Yeah, I think we need to create a process and follow the process. Yeah. And I brought that up last Monday, and I'm glad to see something's moving along in that. Great. Also, I noticed we have an attempt at a financial statement. I think this is a great starting point. I'm still working on some things, but I think it gives me something to work with here. Also, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like we've got some favorability. And I know that one of the things the Citizens Advisory Committee was trying to address about a $6,000 spend for a mural. I know that there was some opportunity for grants. I don't know if anything's materialized on that. Yeah. Okay. So in light of that, I'm wanting to know, in light of that favorability, if we can set aside $6,000 so that they can get something started with their mural.
Did we already?
We talked about that last meeting.
We didn't vote on it, I guess.
No, it was nothing to vote on. I asked if we could put it into the budget for next year.
Oh, okay. That's what
And I'm suggesting is it appears we've got some favorability this year, and I think $6,000. I think that would be well within ability to address, and it coming out of CRA, since we're probably not going to get our $3 point something million spend down in the waterfront district. Might as well get something going on this and get something going on there rather than kicking it down the road.
Do you want to?
I'd like to make a motion to set aside $6,000 for their murals.
Second. From where? I mean,
I
like,
think you need to be more specific because the
Yeah.
budget's set, so you're going to need to have a conversation of where in the budget you're going to move and change things. So I think it may be
Well, we got
Could I
millions
suggest?
of.
make it an issue to.
Could I
Yeah.
suggest if we could wait till the next meeting?
Oh,
We'll
yeah,
go back.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll give you some options.
Okay, great. And we already spoke about the speed devices, but I'd like to see a plan to deploy those, the ones that we do have and the covert one. Those are 3 devices. Get those deployed and let's get some regular information beaten back here so that we can see if, and this new one that we're acquiring, so that we can see if there's a need for just moving these things around or deploying more of the fixed sites. See how that works.
I think I need you to retract his motion too, don't I? Since it was second. Is it?
Yes.
Okay,
Procedural.
I retract that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. That's what I said.
I'd like to be excused for a few minutes. Take a break. I do. I need.
You want to take a recess real quick for 5 minutes for a bathroom break?
Yep.
Yeah. Sure. We're going to recess for 5 minutes.
You shouldn't drink that water.
I know.
Okay, we're going to resume. And I will pass it to Councilman Hubbard for his comments.
Just a couple little things. First, I'd like to make a motion to have a speed hump put on Grand Boulevard, a continuation of what they have in Newport Richie all the way up. Just one, the continuation, like I said, what we've had on Grand all the way from Main Street, so we can eliminate the traffic, the speeding on Grand. I'm talking 50 mile an hour. A guy almost lost his dog a couple of days ago. Lucky it was on a leash and he was paying attention. But it's dangerous, just like some of the other roads. But we can eliminate that problem with one speed hump. That's pretty simple.
Do you know where that would go? Did you let staff take a look at it first and then come back, or you?
Well, the staff can take a look at it. You have they're spaced out up Grand, like I said, all the way from Main Street to Newport Richie. Just the continuation of the same
spacing.
distance. Probably if it's at an intersection, maybe one side or the other of that road. But yes, just what's already there, just a continuation.
Does anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion a second. Any further discussion on speed hump on Grand?
No. Give him his speed bump. He wants a speed bump.
Anyone,
Neighbors want a speed hump. Believe me.
Yeah.
They're screaming for it.
Anyone in the public got a comment on that?
Because I think if I heard right, the motion was to get a speed bump, but then the conversation was for staff to look into and discuss and maybe bring back information. So I think that's two different things. So I just want to make sure it's
Can I ask
clear.
a process question? For something like that, does that need to go out on the agenda for people to come back and make comments?
No, ideally, yes. That's what I like, because I like everyone to know and everyone have a chance to come comment. You don't have to do that. Obviously, we take things off.
Robert's rules doesn't say that you have to do that?
Robert's rules may, but legally you don't have to.
Yeah.
So
It's a notice public
Yeah.
meeting now, so we can actually.
Yeah. So the meeting's notice, people know to be here. Things can be brought up that are not on the agenda. The only thing that really has to truly be noticed is ordinances, because that's by law we have to do that.
Mhm.
It's a little bit different. So you can talk about topics that are not on the agenda. Better practice, especially if it's something that isn't, hey, let's have a piece of cake after the meeting tomorrow that's not going to affect a bunch of people. Better practice is to let the public know what you're going to talk about, to give them that opportunity to come and voice their yay or nay, which is the idea behind having the agenda.
Mhm.
But that wasn't my issue. That always an issue for me when you guys talk off topic. That's okay. I get used to it. But my concern was the motion and then the conversation sounded like two different things to me. So I think that needs to be clear for us to move forward.
So the motion, I think, was to move forward with it. I asked him the question, do you know where that would go? Or what staff look into where it should go or whatever. And so
I don't know exactly what the measurements are, but they can measure from the speed humps on Grand and just make it the same distance of what's on there.
And I don't know about financing.
It needs to be kind of location on Grand. I don't think it's measurement
Oh,
specific.
I'd say either.
I don't think any of us up here are experts on where to put a speed hump.
I think truly, this isn't really necessarily a legal position, but I think truly the best route for what I think staff needs to bring back information.
Yeah.
I think it's a budget issue. It's not on the agenda. It's
the people on Grand aren't here to talk about it.
Yeah, so I think that might be better for an agenda item. I'm not in charge of the agenda, but that's just my recommendation.
So if you want to retract your motion.
Okay, I'll retract it.
Okay, and let's address this. If I could
I'm just saying that we need one.
Sure, and I agree
doesn't
with
mean
you.
you don't. Let's just follow the procedure.
Let's make sure.
How is that any different than what we just did for the speed sign?
Well, staff had did some legwork on that already.
But they didn't tell us where it was going to go.
It was going on Coons.
No, it was going to go somewhere between Bay and Coons.
Right.
And he wants it between where Newport Richie stops and probably the firehouse.
Well, specifically, you could put it just, say, 50 feet north of Alto on Grand, and that would be an ideal
I would
location.
still like to get staff input. There's a lot of sign can be moved.
Right.
A speed hump can't.
Right.
You know, I think we're just
Well, here's the
we got to
thing.
do it right, and that's a permanent structure as a speed hump, and for it to be done, it needs to be done in the right spot. And I'm not an expert. I don't think anybody up here is an expert. Let's take it to the staff. Let them bring
that's
it
fine.
and bring it.
Get a report on it.
Yeah, so you track your motion. So what by consensus, if we could have staff look into and maybe two instead of one. Let them analyze where the speed bumps should go, how many we need, and then we'll action it at the next meeting.
And the cost.
That'd be nice
What
to know
is
that
gonna
too.
be done.
And that way also be known to the public, and if there's any people on Grand that would oppose it, we could hear from them. So, or in support of it as well.
Right, that's fine. That makes sense.
By consensus, anybody object to that?
No, that's fine.
Good. So,
All right, so
that it?
moving on.
Okay.
Okay, so I hear a lot of people having a problem with change, development in the city, and I understand that because it's human nature to be worried about change and things being different, things growing. I remember being here as a youngster, sitting on top of the poop deck at Seaside Inn. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the poop deck, or why they called it that. There were several reasons, actually, but all we had was a Seaside Inn. We had the poop deck. We had shrimp boats, fish boats, and that was for fishermen to sit up there and eat fresh shrimp and drink beer. All we had was Hap Clark had a seafood place next to the boat ramp. Red had a marina where Catches is now, and a public marina, and that was it. There was no Guild Dogs, there was no Hooters, there was no Whiskey Joe's. There was a couple of residential houses. Bill had a house there on the water and a couple other houses. That was it. Our own little hidden little secret. That was pretty cool. But things change. I was out talking to people a few weeks ago, and a gentleman sitting at Guild Dogs told me he don't want any changes in the city. Sitting on a bar stool that wasn't there 12 years ago. Things change. Things always change, and things will continue to change. I hear people talking about they want infrastructure and all the problems we have here in the city. The water pipes are going to continue to deteriorate. Sewer systems are going to continue to deteriorate. Our sidewalks are continue to crack. Tide's going to come in. The tide's going to go out. Sun's going to go up. Sun's going to go down. It's going to be different every day, and things are going to continue to deteriorate. And we need to fix these things. And things will change. Regardless if we do anything at all or nothing at all, things are going to change. I remember when Steve Perry said he was going to quit singing for Journey. That was devastating. I almost cried as a grown man. I said, "Not Steve." But then a beautiful story came out of the Philippines where this guy got his dreams came true, and now he sings for him. So they're still enjoyable to watch. Things change. I just want to say that there's opportunities to come by, and either we can see someone come in and buy Eric and Colleen's place, which I helped him put up the inshore outdoor fishing sign that I had made. Eric and I remember him and I screwing that up on the post and helping him do sangria sunsets on his pontoon boats. He had 2 heart attacks and a stroke over that place. He's going to sell it. He's done. I don't blame him. He has the right to do that, to sell it to anybody he wants, and he's going to sell it. 200 condos up there from somebody up north that's going to sell them for $500,000 each and say thank you and be gone. The city will make money on it. We'll get more tax revenue out of it. Is that what you want? We can do that. Right now we have a gentleman that has a nice, beautiful backyard, buying some more backyard, and he wants to fix it up. He wants to spend all his money, not asking favoritism from us. He just wants to fix it up and make it nice for his family and for everybody, all his neighbors to enjoy. And he's asking you, what would you like to do with this property also? How would you like to participate in this? I'm going to have music. I'm going to have movies. I'm going to come over and have a beer with us. You can enjoy it anytime you want for free. Anybody wants to come over and enjoy it, he's going to make it nicer. He's going to make it better. We can participate in it. Cities around this country are begging, literally on their hands and knees. I've talked to people from Amazon on the island, and they have people that get packages from cities on their hands and knees begging for Amazon to build a concrete building on their property, giving them incentives, tax incentives, no impact fees, just to create jobs and more cash flow in their city. They would die to have some opportunity like this. This doesn't happen to cities around the country. We're fortunate to have it happen here. And if you're one of his neighbors and you say, I don't want it, I like the way it is, all those other neighbors are going, hell yeah, we want it. And they're going to participate and they're going to help grow. And all I want to see is that everybody take advantage of that and enjoy what we could have in the city, because it's coming. Change is coming. Could be worse. Trust me, a lot worse. But the only downfall of that is maybe you'll get some fresh water out of it. Have clean water for a change and not worry about the drainage system. We have drainage systems in every aspect of the city. Over on Washington Street, they're taking cleanout traps off their sewers because their houses are flooding. In order to keep the yards from flooding, they take the cleanout traps off the sewer, flooding the sewer system, setting an alarm off on the lift station, making it go off, and dumping raw sewage into the river so everybody downstream can smell raw sewage. Now, we've alleviated some of that problems, I believe, right, Sal? But we still have a problem. We need lift stations and sewer system and drainage, storm drain system lift stations, maybe in a couple parts of the city. So all these things are simple. Some things aren't simple and they're not cheap, but they need to be done. We deserve to have that. We're here to do that, and we're going to do that. Change is going to come, and it's going to be good. Paul.
Thanks, Bob. Come like me, I have very brief comments. And one, I had the privilege to ride along with Sergeant Cox on Saturday nights from 6 to 6 in the morning. I'd want to do that to see firsthand kind of what the police deal with, and I want to say it was a great experience. Matter of fact, I almost want to get a badge and be a cop full time. It was really kind of invigorating to kind of be out there and be involved at a ground level. I really enjoyed that. So thanks for the opportunity, Chief, for allowing that, obviously. And I would highly encourage that if any of the other council members could find the time to do that, to ride along with police, it's well worth your time. And obviously you get out there and you get to be a part of some of that stuff. And I tell you what, there's a lot of stuff that could be going on in this little 2.7 square mile city. We had those 2 drug busts, and we've got Highway 19 that runs right through the middle of us, and it's just a gateway for a plethora of things. I mean, we could literally probably staff an officer out there just running radar and pulling people over, and probably run the department. I mean, there's that much stuff that can actually be going on coming through our city. It's fascinating. And so anyway, if you get a chance, absolutely do that. It was a great experience. Also, the other 2, Officer McConnell and Officer Peel, that was a crew that night. They did a great job as well. So, and I apply that across all the officers. I'm sure they all very, very similar mindset. They're really here to protect us and to get the drugs off the street. Great folks. So I can't say enough positive things about our police department. The last thing I just completed the second Institute for Elected Municipal Officials class, and I finished that recently. But I wanted to tell you all, that, especially the new council members, and Linda, even like Fairley, you could probably do this as well. EMO 1 is going to be in Tampa on October 4th and 5th, and that's a Friday, Saturday. It's all day, Friday, Saturday. It's a great opportunity. They cover several topics on basically how to do the job of an elected in a municipal format. Gives you lots of information. And then the follow-up on that, the EMO 2, they go into more depth on some topics. And normally the EMO 2, they want you at least completed 1 term or completed EMO 1. So if you guys get a chance, like I said, it's here in Tampa, so it's just drive down there for Friday and Saturday. You would have to take off work on a Friday, but if it's something you guys could swing, it's good.
Friday?
No, it's on October 4th and 5th is when it's in Tampa. They offer it twice a year, both EMO 1 and EMO 2. There's one in June sooner, but it's down towards Miami area. But like I said,
Beach.
yeah, Palm Beach Gardens. So the one in Tampa, and that's when I took EMA 1. Nancy told me about it, and I said, well, I saw there's one in Tampa. I'll just wait to go to that one. So I'm going to for the hotel costs or whatever. But I highly recommend that class. It does teach you a lot and will help you there. Out of that EMO 2, there was a section on land use and planning, which was very valuable information, especially timely now. I gave Matt a couple contacts that actually put that class on. They actually come to the city for you, obviously for a cost. But I'd like to have, we've got planning and zoning members that I don't know how well trained they are in some of that stuff, as well as council members. We were elected. We don't necessarily put on a resume, hey, we've had land use planning stuff. I think it'd be very valuable just because of the intricacies around that stuff that we can get some training in-house for planning and zoning and the council. So if I could sit, anybody have a problem with Matt looking into that and see what bringing somebody in might cost us. Really good information. And that also covers annexation, which is which we'll see tonight, one of our priorities on the strategy. There was the guy that Levy, I think is his name, was one. He it's kind of like his forte, and so he gave some information on that. So it might be really good and a good time to bring them in and get some training. And that's all I have. Moving on to comments, boards, and committees.
About those 2 items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before I do that, in your comments, David Cherokee, before the staff can actually act on it, we need consensus from council. So I start with Cherokee. Cherokee brought up about the looking into the brush pickup stuff. Is there consensus of council that have Matt staff kind of go look at that? Any objections to looking into it? Okay. And then to follow up on that, Dave's about the internet cafes and the illegal gambling that's potentially going on in the city. If we could consensus council to have Matt and staff look into seeing what we could put together to possibly look at enforcing that. Was there any objections?
No, I thought we did. I thought that was already done, but yeah.
Yeah. So
Just to be clear, you're talking about a law enforcement activity.
Yeah. Enforcing law enforcement against illegal gambling activity. I guess that's.
But we don't have the ability.
I mean, we've had this discussion, so that's what I don't understand with that. I mean,
I
we
think
don't.
I'm sorry. I'll take your comments. Discuss other entities. Discuss talking
Right.
to other, not just the
Pull
city,
in other entities.
Right, but they've
the
been in touch.
continued conversation.
But they've been in touch with those other entities. Both Chief and Mr. Alexander, per the workshop, have been in touch with them. From my recollection, and please correct me again if I'm wrong. In I don't know the word, like extensively. You've been in contact with them back and forth. Is that not correct, Chief?
yeah, that's correct.
So I don't know what we're going to ask them to bring back to us that they haven't already brought back. It's up to the Florida Gaming Commission to do this. We don't have the ability to go undercover to do these things.
I believe,
and then
I believe we do.
well, the chief is the person in charge of the police, and so when you become chief of police, then you can probably say that, Dave.
Well,
But
no,
the
you
chief
got
of police
illegal.
does not.
Oh, go ahead, Don.
The chief of police says we don't have that ability, and as well as that, if they did, and they went into these facilities, they have to collect every piece of gaming equipment in there and have a safe place to store it, so that if it goes to court and it's not, they say they're innocent. All that equipment has to be returned to those people in the exact manner in which it was taken, which means it has to be climate controlled, secured, that it doesn't get stolen and broken into, and we don't have that ability. This has all been discussed, so that's what I don't understand. I mean, they've been extensively looking into this.
I think we need to look further. There's stuff going on that we're ignoring.
Well,
I'm talking, please. And the point being is, we need to figure out a way. There's other ways to think about things, and we can figure something out.
My understanding, there was an ordinance that was going to be drawn up, similar to what Belvedere had.
Well, the ordinance will not address illegal gaming activity.
Right.
That's illegal. It's you could put an ordinance out there that says don't commit crimes. It doesn't change the situation that we're talking about, where they're might be illegal activity around illegal gaming, that we currently don't have a police force, our staff, our structures to do what needs to do to make those kinds of arrests. And that's why there's been conversations with state agencies to help with that. The ordinance was going to be more about internet cafes and that kind of thing. So the ordinance could be passed right now and it's not going to change.
Illegal gambling is still going to
be
occur.
there. You can say don't do it, but it's not going to really change it, if that makes sense.
So we need an office space. We need a building to put these illegal equipment in. There's something we need to do something.
We have
And
to ask
then take
that
them to
gentleman.
court.
Yeah, I think he's the one that has all the answers to what would need to be done, and I think it's extensive. But
We're going to continue to work with Florida Gaming Commission to get, their assistance when they can give it to us. They have a manpower issue as well. And as far as getting a space for the storage of this equipment, it has to be on our site. It can't be off-site storage because that violates the CFA assessment accreditation standards. We ran into that problem up in Hernando, and so we don't have a location to store this equipment in our facility.
So, like our site has to be, say there's a retail space that's empty and we lease it out for a couple months and we make it secure.
You can't do that.
We can't do that. So what kind of a facility do we need?
It has to be a facility. It has to be a structure on our property.
Well, that becomes our property once we put a lease
on
together.
the police department's property.
Police department's property.
Correct.
Once the police department leases that property, it's our property.
But it's off-site, and that doesn't work.
Off-site, it's police. It's a police building at that point.
I don't know the law. He knows it. So we could look at that. But I'm sure he's dealt with this before. So if the law requires it to be within the police department's main evidence and structure,
I'm saying here's what I'm seeing here. We have known violations going on. It's known, and we're saying, well, we can't do anything about that. And I'm saying, I think we need to find a way. I'm not taking no for an answer.
Does Florida Gaming give you any kind of a time frame, like in months or?
We're in constant contact with myself and Mr. Alexander.
Can we contact like Brad Yeager or some of these guys and say, hey, what's going on there with Florida legislature and get this stuff maybe?
Well, it's against the law. It's
I
an enforcement thing. I'm not sure that. The legislature can say hey, no gambling.
No, I get that. I mean, I'm just saying is somehow can they get engaged to help get this maybe some manpower?
Would it be something we could ask, Chief? Could you maybe it's through you obviously, but is there something we could do some research to see what we could do if we could engage another department? I as well can't believe the answer is we can't do anything.
Walk through these buildings and start showing up at physical presence and making it difficult to sit in there.
We'll put something together for you.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been deputized in helping drug bust. So I wasn't like a deputy, but they deputized me for this particular purpose to do this. Then it was done, and I was just.
Well, I don't think so much as the actual that part sounds like the storage and all that is what's complicated. And yeah,
We need another police department.
We need a bigger.
Okay.
So just to address, is it by consensus? Can Chief kind of shake the tree a little bit?
He's been working on it, so he can continue to work on it. Did you stop working on it? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So maybe we could come back with some kind of plan, whether we can move forward or not on something. Okay. Okay. Now moving on to comments from boards and committees. We've got one thing to take care of. Mike Faraz as an alternate for the planning and zoning. Anybody like to make a motion?
Who is he?
Would you like to speak?
Oh, okay, hi.
It is. This is him.
Hi, Mike.
Michael Perez, 5045 Waterside Drive. I asked to join the P&Z board. I'm a contractor. I do home elevation. And I work with FDEM, I work with FEMA, I work with all the different agencies in the state to work on flood mitigation. I'm on a lot of different land planning councils as a consultant, up and down the coast, all the way around since the last set of storm seasons, trying to help all of them rebuild their codes to make flood mitigation and elevation easier for the citizens. There's some small changes that can be made to everybody's code to make it a lot simpler, so they don't all have to go through variances. We have a lot of non-conforming homes in the city. And like right now, I have one we're gonna do where we have to elevate it. But we're gonna have to go through a variance because the house is currently 8 to 10 inches out of compliance with the front setback. So to do something as big as elevating, we're gonna have to go through a variance. And there's ways to change the code to make that less of a hassle for the homeowners, less of a hassle for contractors to be able to help mitigate this problem. Because every time we lift a house, it enhances the CRS rating for the city, it enhances, response. They don't have to deal with coming out and dealing with people in houses that are flooded. So overall, that's what I've been doing statewide. So I thought, I live here, I should probably jump on the P&Z and see if I can try and help enact those code changes here first and see if we can get that stuff worked out. And that's why I wanted to be on the board.
Thank you for stepping up.
I talked to Mike on that very issue. I'm going to bring it back to, I think it did bring it back to Matt actually to get those two together to talk about some of that so he can get it before us. But I'm glad he's stepping up, wanting to be on the plane. I think he's got a lot of knowledge, be valuable on that board as an alternate, even as a regular if it comes open. But I'd recommend that we put him on if you guys.
Stepping up.
I make a motion to put Mike on the P&Z board.
Motion seconded.
And that's as an alternate.
That's an alternate.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have available right now. Correct. Yeah. A motion second for discussion. Anyone public like to speak? Seeing hands, will bring it back to vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Welcome to the board.
Thank you very much.
Mike,
Thank you.
appreciate you stepping up. Anything else from boards and committees?
No.
The historical commission, I need to do, I'm bringing right here. Okay. I just, if we can.
Sure.
Since we're
There.
I have all kinds of conversations today, so let's have some more conversation. I've started drafting the ordinance to modify the number of members for the Historical Preservation Commission. I'm going to get that wrong, it's not in front of me. We had talked about 3 having a quorum is 2, and the more I think about that, and we actually talked about it, 2 is never a good number because that's a tie. So it really is better to have your quorum as 3. You have 3 now, and I know that 2 of the 3 I know, and they show up for everything. So I think I don't know the third member, but I'm sure she's just as willing to be there for most meetings. But I think it might be a better change to change the total to 5 and your quorum to be 3. And then hopefully you can find 1 or 2 more people to help. But the problem with having quorum is 2 is you might get to meet, but are you really going to get anything done? Because you don't have a tiebreaker. So if I could, I would like to make it 5 members, 3 is a quorum.
Well, if I can add,
Yes.
just because I don't know how much stuff I guess the historic committee is going to be pumping out vote-wise or whatever, but if you did have that case where you had a quorum of 2 and it was a tie, you can always push it to the next meeting where you would have 3. So it is tough to staff that committee, and like I said, we just finally got one where we can have a meeting. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that. I mean, I get what she's saying, but again, the purpose of that board, I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of ties, but if there would be the opportunity to.
I think giving it 5 gives them the opportunity if a 4th person stepped up
and I'm
would
okay
like
with
to
that
join.
too.
I mean, we know that they can come into the audience as well, just like with CIC or any other board or committee, but it more tend to show up if you're on the committee. So, I mean, you still have a quorum of 3, and so if we don't get 2 more, it's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
So, I think 5 with a quorum of 3 is good.
Is it? How much? What's
try
it
to
make
try
that
to
now?
get
Is
more.
it 7?
I have
7?
2 more people interested. I'm just going to be talking with them more.
And I'm glad you said that, because that was part of my thought process too. When I heard there was at least 1 more person that might be interested. If you change it now to 3 and 2, you have to come back and change it.
Yeah,
again.
no,
So if you get 5 and 3, if you get more than 5, we'll talk about it again.
Yeah.
But I think 5 is a good number, and a quorum of 3. That way, there's something that's going to keep moving forward.
And you have a quorum now, so you can start moving forward.
Yes.
That was my concern. Make sure that they can actually
I think Lori McLean is the other one, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and she comes to CAC. She's new to CAC, so I don't think that would be a problem with her showing up.
Yeah.
So with that, it will be done, and Matt will have it for
So
you
5
guys
and
to
3.
consider.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing that.
Anything else, board committees?
No.
Okay. Moving on to consent agenda. Look for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion second. Further discussion? Anyone public like to comment? As I bring it to vote, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There's going to be a little bit of a procedure change. Let me pass it to Matt just so they might explain kind of public hearings things you've been seeing on the agenda, and then
Yeah, real quick. So as I mentioned, we've been going through the charter, and the way that our charter requires for second readings, they call them public hearings. And the way that we notice the second reading is as a public hearing. So we kind of started working on that, saying that we do need to maybe address the second readings as public hearings. We looked around to some other cities, how they handled it. And this is actually how the city of Tampa handles theirs. They have, for the second readings, they have a special section on the agenda for public hearings. And so what normally happens is they'll open the public hearing to the mayor and say, we're having a public hearing on this item, allow the public to make comments. Once the public is done making comments, close the public hearing, and then council discusses what they want to do with the second reading. And I think one of the things that we had talked about earlier is if there is a change that comes out of that discussion, that there's nothing that prevents the mayor from going back out and asking the public that's in attendance that has already spoke on that if there's any thoughts or comments on it.
okay. So with that, I will open the public hearing for item number 3, second reading of ordinance number 24-700, amending section 127-55 of Article 3 of Chapter 127 of Code of Ordinances, allowing for additional recreational aquatic activity establishments in the Waterfront Overlay District. I will pass that to Mr. Koppler for introduction.
So the council has previously discussed amending the current Waterfront Overlay District zoning code to allow for additional recreational aquatic activity establishments. Currently, the code imposes limitations on certain watercraft rentals within the district, including jet skis, motorized watercraft, pontoon boats exceeding 24 feet, and john boats exceeding 16 feet. However, the proposed amendment seeks to eliminate these restrictions, thereby enabling businesses within the Waterfront Overlay District to offer a broader range of watercraft rental services. Planning and Zoning Board discussed proposed changes in the ordinance at the March 28, 2024 meeting. The board recommends the language that was included within the proposed ordinance.
Okay, with that, oh, yes, for the reading, sorry.
Yes. Ordinance number 24-700, an ordinance of the city of Port Richey, Florida, amending section 127-55 of Article 3 of chapter 127 of the Code of Ordinances, allowing for additional recreational aquatic activity establishments in the Waterfront Overlay District, updating old code references, correcting Scrivener's error, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. With that, I'll open up to public comment. I don't have any signed up on this, so if you'd like to speak, show of hands. Mike first. You were first, Mike. So. All right. Tim's a good closer.
Mike Ferez, 5045 Waterside Drive. I live on the bayou. And most of the season, there's nobody in it. Nobody's out there running around racing things, racing jet skis, any of that stuff. And most of the residents on the bayou own them. They're there. They're not going to come. They're not coming to the bayou. The biggest problem we have in the bayou is the guys that are testing things that from the marinas on a Wednesday that are trying to figure out how to get something running, and then you guys have to come rescue them when it doesn't run. People renting things at these marinas are exactly what you're talking about, bringing people into the town, right? If you're bringing people into town, that's what they want. They want to come to town and stay in an Airbnb nearby and rent a boat at one of those locations and go out to the island. They're not ripping, roaring around the bayou. That's not what they're going to be doing. It's going to be kids in the bayou, and that's just going to be locals. That's not going to be a problem. So I, as the citizen that lives directly on the bayou, am not at all opposed to the idea of getting rid of some of the older ordinances to allow. I don't even know why we would have had limits to the size of a pontoon boat in the ordinance in the first place. But that, to me, that's the things that are going to bring bigger, better business and better commerce to the waterfront are the ability for marinas and places to allow that water sports. We're a waterfront community. We need to be bringing people, that if we're bringing people here to visit, they're coming here to use the waterway, to get out to the island, to get out to Durning, to get out to the water to fish. So I'm definitely in favor of making this adjustment so that we can facilitate the use of those kinds of aquatic sports in the appropriate manner with businesses that genuinely want to run them appropriately. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Tim?
Good evening, Tim Lowe, 5349 Bridge Street. Here on behalf of Port Richey Marine and Rentals and Seabreeze Boat Rentals, just here to implore you again to vote in favor of lifting this restriction of the boat rentals in the Waterfront Overlay District, because we feel it goes very well with what's already there in the Waterfront District, supporting the businesses, our marina, the other restaurants. It's great for tourists as well as residences, and we are insured, we're regulated, and we maintain our vessels, and we just feel that it goes very well with it, and hope that you all see it that way as well. Thank you.
Cindy?
Cynthia Malin, 5446 Blue Point Drive. I too live on a canal very close to the bayou, and I am not against people renting a boat or anything, but the thing of it is, I think that there needs to be some restrictions on people understanding this no wake zone, different things. We have manatees and different things out there. I have personally witnessed people going out there, whether they're testing their boats because it's broken down, and going full blast and circle all the way around the bayou about 6 times. And I have seen the results of that, to manatees being cut up and having fresh strike marks. So we need to make sure that these people, even though that there's some responsibility to the people renting and some responsibility to how this is controlled. Once they go out into the Gulf, okay, but when the manatees come in, we've got a problem with that. So that's what I feel.
Thanks, Cindy. Anyone else? Pat?
Pat Rogers, 4838 Sunset Boulevard. From where I sit, I see the boats that don't know what the idle speed and no wake zone mean. And I know we've got a limited amount of people, but we need more visibility of law enforcement, FWC, county, whoever, that's out there on the river, especially during holiday weekends, because that's when it's the worst. And they go too fast, don't pay attention, don't know which side of the markers to be on. It's just a mess.
Thanks, Pat. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and or motion.
I'm not in favor of people making money. I'm not. But I'm not in favor of our mangroves. People that rent them are not boat owners. They're boat renters, and they don't know the rules. And manatees, the mangroves take hits on all this and the wildlife. And we've brought up many times here about conservation and shoreline and how we want to maintain that and maintain a pristine shoreline. Unfortunately, I can't. And plus, the majority of the people that I've spoken to don't want that. So I'm not in favor of it.
Yeah. I make a living on the river.
And you follow the rules.
I'm on my way back from the island right now. I just appear to be here right now, but I'm actually on the way back from the island.
You're on island time, is it?
I live on the river, and I'm going in and out of the river all the time. And most of the problem with speeding and jet skis is residents that live in Newport Richey and here in the city. Boat rentals, I see, there's Freedom Boat Club. I sit on my back porch and I watch them run over oyster bars and tear the props up and lower units up. not good, but they're not speeding. We have a new police boat. We need to monitor that stuff and tell people they need to stop, side them, slow their asses down, and watch where they're going. As far as the mangroves, no one's going to be damaging mangroves. You can't even get to the mangroves with a boat hardly. There's a few maybe, but the problem I see is mainly residential. As far as boat rentals, I was next to a boat rental company in Newport Richey for 13 years, and the only problems they had was with their own boats. They never hurt anybody else. They didn't have any problem speeding up and down the canals too much. If they did, got reported, people got cited. It was very rare. So as far as water sports, I'm for water sports and eliminating the restrictions, but I'm saying we need to have a coordinated effort with these owners that they have a good speech and need to address these people when they take them, with the do's and the don'ts when they're in this town. And I also suggest that you should have GPSs. You can keep track of where they go, how fast they go, and if we find that you're going over the speed limit in the zone, you're going to take $150 out of their credit card or something. I mean, there's things we can do, or they can do, to help eliminate this effort. But most of the problems on the river are residents, and they're going to do what they do unless this guy tells them not to. And that's what we have a new boat for. I'd like to see, like Dave said, logs on that and maintenance schedule, by the way. But the boat rentals, that's not a problem. It does bring commerce to the city. I think it's a good fit. I've seen it happen in other places. I am not for jet ski rentals. Jet ski rentals is a tough business. I don't see anybody renting jet skis for $250 because that's what it costs. $250 an hour, because insurance costs on jet ski rentals is just nuts. But jet ski tours is a different thing. And we have an operator here. He can come in here and explain what he does and show where his route is and exactly what he does, and change the signage according to what he does, because it's not jet ski rentals. Even though he puts it on there, I can probably see why he would do that, but it's not really jet ski rentals. They're tours. So, it's kind of like kayak tours, just motorized. So, but there needs to be limits to what they can do and where they can go. But I'm definitely for the rental business. I think it's important to have it here, actually.
Any comments?
Well, the waterfront is what the magnet is here. And to put it in straight up terms, it's the waterfront, stupid. And we're trying to create this community to embrace the waterfront. And by the same token, if we have development, we get the benefit of having that in the form of pipes and sewers and other amenities that this city sorely needs. With regard to the bayou, I believe there is a speed limit in there. It says slow, or I'm not sure. What is the bayou?
Well, the bayou, they used to ski in there.
It's
all the time.
it's a slow speed zone, and I see people skiing in there. And,
Well, they stopped. Yeah, they limited it to no wake, I believe, in there now.
No, I think they're still awake.
Is it?
Yeah,
Limited.
I
speed?
believe they. You know what it is? The speed limit?
Yeah, it's 25 miles an hour.
Okay,
And that's all
25.
where it happens to sit. So I mean, once you get past the sign from the canal in, then you can wake, but it's still supposed to be 25 miles an hour, not.
Right.
So just repeat all that.
Sorry.
Pointing back to the microphone.
Yep. Because she's eyeing me. That's
Right.
why.
Sorry.
I don't know the meaning.
You do not want to mess with Ashley.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's once you get past, is that channel 1, right at the edge, right at the edge of that first marker,
Just past waterfront.
back to resume safe normal. But because of the distance to the shore, you're not supposed to be over 25 miles an hour in there. In that entire space, you never get to a spot where you can.
And stuff like that, and people complain, so they eliminated kneeboarding in there, I guess. But
I didn't know that we weren't supposed to kneeboard or ski in there. I live on there, and my kids, we tube in there, and my kids ride e-foils and paddleboard and everything else in that water. And There's always tubers out there, but they're always pretty respectful of each other, and I've never seen any big issues out there. But yeah, it's 25 miles an hour in there. That nobody follows it. It is the folks that are working on the boats and come in there and get screaming around there. But that's not a rental place. That's other folks.
Right.
Did you have comment, Jerry?
A motion to approve the second ordinance number 24-700. Do I have to read the rest of it?
I second that.
I have a motion second. Further discussion? I was going to discuss something before you made your motion, so I'll just point out. So obviously there are a lot of people that don't want to see this happen, as illustrated in your survey. But I think what I hear loud and clear, the reason why they don't want that is the misuse of it. And there's a couple ways that obviously government can step in and fix problems like that. One, we can overregulate and make sure that nobody can do it, right? Which is kind of where we're at today. Or we can loosen that and rely on the businesses to do the right thing, which for the most part they are. And I think, as we've heard in the past, before they rent out these jet skis or boats or whatever, there is, I think Tim said if they don't have any experience at all, they tell them that they don't even allow them to rent. That's correct. There are probably people with no experience say, hey, I want to rent a jet ski, and it's incumbent upon that business owner who owns the asset that he's going to put in that person's hands. He has the ability to say no based on, if he doesn't have any experience and maybe even profile he's acting like he's wanting to get out there and do some crazy stuff or whatever. But there's always going to be some amount of training that, especially somebody in the bayou. And one thing I wanted to point out about our bayou, the rental would have happened right there at the waterfront. The rental company would actually see that activity if it was going on in the bayou because it's right there. The vast majority of people that would be renting would not be going into the bayou unless they were maybe fishing. But from a jet ski perspective, they'd be wanting to get out on the Gulf, out in open water, to be able to rip and roar, which who cares at that point, right? So I think I'm definitely for reducing these restrictions so that we are a waterfront community. We want to draw people to the area. We want them to enjoy what the water has to offer. People come here to do that. Even myself, I may want to, I want to buy a jet ski, but I might want to rent one for a day just to go out on it myself. So it actually provides some opportunity for residents to utilize as well. Or maybe they were looking at buying one or looking at buying a fishing boat, and they could actually kind of demo one for the day and do that. So I think it's important that we allow the businesses to be able to do this, but on the same side of that, we need to make sure that we are enforcing the rules. We are enforcing no wake zones. We did just invest in a $100,000 new boat, and it would be my expectation that we would be on that on the weekends, during the hours of operation to slow down not only anybody who might be renting, but also people that are dropping in from outside the city, residents that would abuse it, all that. We need to make sure that we're enforcing the rules and driving that behavior. And I think once that presence is seen, we get somebody just sitting out there on a boat, just kind of checking registrations and stuff, all the stuff that we could be doing, and monitoring those no wake zones, you're going to find that the behavior is going to take care of itself because nobody goes speeding by a police entity. So,
one thing to add to that is very simple. Like I was talking about GPS systems on the pontoon boats or any of the boats, and you show a customer that, I got you monitored. We'll see where you are if you have any trouble. And if we see you speeding, you could get fined. What are you going to do if someone tells you they know you're tracking them? You're going to behave yourself. That's very cheap technology. It's very effective. I think they should show where they have those on all the vessels that they're renting out.
Yeah, we our responsibility to enforce the rules through our police department, and put laws in place that allow businesses to operate in the city. And so with that, any further discussion before we move on?
Yes. There's actually 4 or 5 other places that is totally outside of the waterfront district that you could rent the device if it was a jet ski or a boat that was outside of the parameters, and they could run it. They could run it in our bayou. So there's, try to put restrictions on the waterfront district itself doesn't really accomplish the goal. The goal is if you're trying to police a jet ski from operating a business in the waterfront district. They could easily move outside and they still have the same base of operation. Under the bridge, there's a couple spots. Sunset, American Marine, all those places could be a potential launching point that is totally outside of our jurisdiction. So what this really does is as the mayor has indicated, it restricts commerce. And potentially the people coming here want to use the water. That's what drew probably each of us to this area. The potential is, I think it's a good thing for the city, and it needs to be embraced.
Anything else before I put the vote? Have a motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Next up is approval of resolution number 4, approval of resolution number 24-09, adopting a vision statement of strategic outcomes for the city of Port Richey. I'll pass that to Mr. Copper for introduction.
City Council conducted 2 goal-setting sessions on February 6, 2024 and March 5th, 2024, aimed at crafting a comprehensive vision for the future of the city of Port Richey. The outcomes of these sessions are summarized in the attached vision statement and strategic outcomes document. This vision statement, along with strategic outcomes identified, will serve as the guiding principles for various city initiatives, including formulation of the upcoming budget. Furthermore, it will provide direction to city staff in their endeavors to enhance the safety, effectiveness, and efficiency of operations within the city of Port Richey.
Resolution number 24-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, adopting a vision statement and strategic outcomes and providing for an effective date.
Before I open up comment, I do have a couple comments on this that I wanted to address. On item number 3, a vibrant waterfront that enhances the community and provides opportunities for residents and visitors to experience the benefits of Port Richey lifestyle. There's several priorities there, and then there's as opportunity allows. My concern on this is that when we talk about coastal resiliency and restoration, and extend that to canal maintenance and dredging and whatnot, it's overwhelming amount of folks that would like to see some changes to the water. But yet, this is kind of where we pick up that here, and we've got it as opportunity allows, prioritize canal maintenance to ensure functionality, explore enhancement to water quality through methods like sedimentation basins. I wonder if it wouldn't be more prudent to put those up in the priorities if we put them there and not taking that out, or if we were looking to maybe take something out of priority to make it as opportunity allows. There's a construct an observation tower in the city park for panoramic views. I love that. But I guess, is that the cart before the horse? Do we really want to focus our efforts on constructing observation tower to look out over our muddy water? So it'd be more prudent to focus our efforts on actually cleaning up the bayou and canals and whatnot before we go and construct an observation tower. Great idea, like I said, but I think the priorities are backwards. What your thoughts are on those changes? I know.
Cleaning up your waterways, referring to like dredging.
That's a plethora of things, right? But the ones that are specifically called out here are prioritize canal maintenance to ensure functionality and explore enhancements to water quality through methods like sedimentation basins. Obviously, those kind of go hand in hand. If you have those things that are taking care of that sedimentation, then you don't have the fill going into the canals. But we do have, obviously, several canals throughout the city, if not most, all that need some addressing. And I know it was one of the priorities of mine is if we can't do large scale project, at least go and do the pothole approach as we do on roads. Let's start picking out some areas that we need to hit to open up the waterway. So I don't want to lose sight of that. And I know a lot of people, it's a concern for them, and it's been a concern for years. And I just feel like we're not doing the public justice by pushing that down as opportunity allows, because opportunity will never allow. So I think we need to make that a priority. And like I if we need to shift things around, I mean, we can look at that. I don't have a problem leaving all those priorities in there, but I definitely want to shift up the waterways as a priority if you guys are in agreement.
Yeah, it gives it a chance to settle and clean up before you do all. Yeah, I agree.
And we are kind of actively doing that when we're talking about this other stuff with the Port Authority Board and whatnot. So I just want to make sure that our statement here is reflective of what we're actually doing.
I'm sorry. Sure. These aren't numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. Were these put in priority as to the number of dots? Stuff like that. So is that how that was determined?
Yeah. So the priority ones I listed based upon more than 2 or more votes during our meeting. So, and I think those that the mayor was talking about each received 1 vote. I want to say there was like the top 3 there in the as opportunity allows. There was 1 vote for it. So I had to pick somewhere. And it could have been, well, I got a vote, and so it's a priority. It just didn't seem, to me, if 2 people are saying we should do this, then maybe that's a priority. 1 person, we don't want to lose sight of it, but there's only 1 person that saw each of those as being a priority.
So these priorities got, what did you pick, 2? Is that the number you picked? Yeah. So these got 2 or more votes. And let's say introduce water taxi service. I'm going to make a number because I don't know. You've got 5 votes, and the promote increased awareness of natural amenities Warner Boyce got 3 votes. Is that kind of like how you did it?
Yep.
And so then the ones on opportunity allows only got 1 vote.
Everything opportunity allows either one vote or no votes. But again, they're good ideas, and we don't want to lose sight of them, and that's why normally you wouldn't put those onto your goals because you just didn't have enough, or nobody wanted them, but I think it was important because we talked about them, and some of these we talked about quite a bit actually. Mm-hmm. But when you had to vote, they weren't top priorities.
Yeah. So, if I could, the methodology, great. Not disagreeing with that at all. But I think with any methodology, there's some things that maybe don't necessarily align like they probably should, and that's why I'm calling attention to this one. Obviously, there's a lot of history behind canal maintenance and that, and other than the public did not go around and put the dots. That was the electeds and staff, and so I think it's somewhat misrepresented here in this methodology. Again, methodology solid. We all went around and put those dots, and you got to make the list somehow. But this seems like a glaring miss, in my opinion. So I think we ought to.
Well, there were 20 people here, so that's not a glaring miss. It's out of 20 people. That doesn't mean we're not going to work on these. I mean,
no, I agree, but it's not a priority. I hesitate to say that canal maintenance and water quality is not a priority.
Well, aren't you working on that? Aren't you going to meetings and working on that?
To my point, right? So we are working on that. So
I mean, I've not gotten a report on what you've done because I've asked for it. I've not received anything. So I know y'all got information, but I don't have anything.
All right. Well, nothing's to that point yet, right? And
but still, y'all have information that you haven't shared with me or with the residents.
You have the latest information that was. I haven't been in a meeting since I answered you last time about that. Now, Matt has had some conversations, I think. So anyway, my point being is that if it's not a priority, we should be talking about creating that observation tower as opposed to cleaning up the canals and that. And that's a miss to me. It's a great idea, and it'd be a great thing to have. But again, why do I want to construct an observation tower to climb up and look at muddy water? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think that I don't. Personally, I would not be ticking off every priority as a done before I hit the next. That's not how I see that.
I just when we talk about priority, and this is what I want to make sure. Again, it's on the list, so that's good. But my concern is that if it's not a priority, it takes a back burner all the time, and that particular issue is not something we should be putting on the back burner.
Well, I don't think it's on the back burner.
There's a saying that in order to get elected in Port Richey, you talk about dredging. Okay, so that's kind of funny, but there's the impact to that statement is that a lot of people want to see some change to our waterways, and we need to make it a priority. and not just rely on a workshop session that some staff and electeds put some dots on and didn't make the cut. It needs to be a priority. If it's not a priority, then I think that the majority of the citizens are going to be disappointed in us. And so I want to actively continue looking at coastal restoration resiliency. I think it's incumbent upon us to do so. And I think it needs to be a priority. Now, does that mean it's prioritized over everything? No, I mean, obviously that's a big thing, right? But I never want to lose sight of that. And I never want to just be as opportunity allows, because opportunity in Port Richey never allows for things like that to happen. We need to have it at the top of our list somewhere so that we're cognizant and we're actually making some progress, even if it's baby steps. We need to be doing something along those lines. And if it's not listed as a priority, my fear is that we'll keep pushing it, and that's unacceptable to me. So that's my comments on it.
Well, as I look over this list, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking of, these are things that Port Richey's going to work on. And let's just use that water taxi, for example. Port Richey's not going to run a water taxi service, but they're going to encourage business to come in here and do that. Okay. So that's how you'd accomplish that particular thing there. Does it really need to be a priority? I mean, that basically is we're just going to have to create an environment where somebody's going to do the numbers, the math's going to work out, they're going to be able to make money doing that, and that's what it's all about. If they're going to lose money, somebody's not going to do that.
That's what I kind of do.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, and we do need to kind of get this to things that we can address, like implementing a trolley service. Well, maybe we can participate in something with Newport Richey and get some kind of trolley service there. But there's maybe some more discussion that needs to occur on some of these priorities and ensure that we've got it baked into the budget so that our budget aligns with what our dream is.
And that's what this does, is drives that process. Am I correct, Matt? This is what drives us moving forward on these things. So, case in point, prioritize canal maintenance to ensure functionality, and explore enhancement of water quality through methods like sedimentation basins as opportunity allows. That's probably not going to make the cut. That's my point. So I think this, while the methodology is solid, I think this is something that didn't ferret out quite the way it should, in my opinion.
Maybe it wasn't with that understanding at the time. I don't know.
Yeah. And again, like I said, the public wasn't here to participate in that either. So I just know that nobody wants to see any kind of canal maintenance get tabled.
Yeah, that's basically what is waterway maintenance. Dredging created existing waterways, notoriety waterways, and all we need to do is maintain them, which is what we're doing. Some of them are deep, or the people maintained them. Some people went in there and dredged them out, or they dug out, cleaned out their waterways themselves, and they're fine. Some people haven't. So this is basically just cleaning up existing waterways. As far as the water taxi goes, the cities of Newport Richey and Port Richey, what they would need to do is create dockage designated areas. If they created dockage in designated areas, someone would build a boat according to the bridges and the designated areas to do that. If they found it feasible, then they would do that. But you would need of course, if a captain, the boat needs to be COI'd stability, then it needs to have all the equipment on it, the cook's order. If you have more than 6 people on it, it needs to be inspected. So there's a lot of work involved to do something on water taxi. I think it will come. But like I said, the cities need to create a place for it to dock and go. And if Newport Richey or Port Richey has a place for the boat to stay and as a very financially sound, reasonable place, then it would happen. But you're not going to get a water taxi. It's going to be like $20, $25 a passenger, or they could buy maybe an annual membership for residents for $150. They can ride on it anytime they want, as long as they want, something like that. And then somebody might come along and build a special boat that would fit under the bridges to go all the way up to Madison and maybe all the way out by Sunset Marina or up in Miller Bayou by Oldsmar Park. Even if there's a dock there, they could dock and drop people off there, so you could get on the boat practically anywhere you want and drink and have the boat bring you home.
Well, let me see if I rein back in. I got a second example of this that maybe even further makes my point. So on number 6, strengthen Port Richey's ability so it can be a safe, resilient community by delivering high-quality public safety services. There's a couple things down in the as opportunity allows that bother me. Maintain fiscal responsibility in all endeavors. That should be a priority all the time, right?
Yep.
Implement community risk reduction strategies. This puts, I mean, we can accomplish some of the things there. We put money back in residents' pockets. That should be a priority. I know it's been talked about, but we failed to get past that 10%, and most of Florida's, I think, 25% is the average discount on insurance. And then streamline departmental structures for efficiency. Again, that should be a priority all day, every day. But yet they're down in as opportunity allows. And so what we set ourselves up for our strategy is that, we're only concerned about maintaining fiscal responsibility if we have an opportunity.
I understand what you're saying, but as a person who has dealt with plans my entire life in management, over 20 years in nursing, running many departments, including emergency rooms for 24/7, priorities and opportunities allowed are not independent of each other. They're one. You're not going to, how I run things is I don't look at your priorities and finish all them and tick them all off and then go to opportunity allows. So I don't see any one of us, including Mr. Koppler, looking at the fiscal responsibility and saying, oh, that's not a priority, the heck with that. I don't see any one of us up here doing that.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, but I don't think they're independent of number 4 or 3. They're together. So we might do 1 or 2 out of the priorities, but it might be it might behoove us to also do some of the opportunity allows at the same time. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's how we will function and how we have functioned in the past. Mr. Koppler is trying to say something. So.
No, I think that all these topics were put up on a board, and we discussed many of them. I mean, I can't think of too many that either people didn't kind of shake their heads at. Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But when it came to, you had a finite number of dots.
Mm-hmm.
And again, part of this is looking towards budget, because you have a finite amount of money. And where do you put those, right? Where are the priorities? Now, as it relates to those last, I would look at that maybe a little differently than the way you look at it. I think the reason that those didn't get any votes, not because there's anybody on our staff or at the council that doesn't prioritize those.
Mm-hmm.
I think they understand that we understand that. I mean, I kind of took that as, well, we shouldn't have to tell you that that's a priority, because it isn't. I mean, we know it's a priority. You shouldn't have to tell us that. But it was something we talked about, because, again, what we don't want to lose sight of are things that are important to us. And all those things are important to us. But some, the staff and council said, we think these maybe should be focused on more. And again, as resources allow, that's not the way that goes, because what generally happens in any goals is that there's some that require a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of financial capacity. You may not get both of those at the same time, and our priority won't happen. But a lot of those other secondary ones, the way you kind of look at it as a secondary, are, well, it's right there. So why don't we do that? And that's why I didn't want to lose sight of those, because I know a number of those that didn't, either get, a vote or already got one vote, could easily have been because of, these are things that we're already working on, and everyone knows we're working on it. So why spotlight that we need to do more of what we're working on, because we know we're already working on those. So, I mean, I think, again, it's a snapshot of what we talked about in those 2 meetings. as to what the group felt was important. With that being said, in the end, this is something that you have to hold us accountable for, and you need to say, these are things we want you to be working on, and make sure that you come back to us, because kind of the next step with this is looking at those priorities, and from my standpoint, starting to say, okay, which departments now line up with these priorities. And as we go through, again, the budget process and present that to you, be able to identify within the budget process what we're doing to achieve the priority goals. Again, that doesn't mean that we're not doing other things in this. I mean, there's going to be undoubtedly things that we're going to be presenting to you that address is probably better suited or more aligned with those as opportunity allows goals than the priority goals. But important thing is the strategic outcomes, the things that we're trying to achieve. And so that's why, again, we didn't want to lose sight of those. And I think we, we'll be able to do a lot of different things as time goes on with this. But I mean, in the end, you have to be satisfied with what your priorities are going to be. And again, you can move those around. It's ultimately the 5 members of council to determine what the goals and the direction.
Right. And that's this was good. We've captured information, we've categorized it, and now we're putting that final review on it to see how things shook out. And I'm pointing out that I don't like the way a couple of these things shook out. Not that it, not because they're, as opportunity allows, maintain fiscal responsibility in all endeavors. Doesn't mean that's not going to happen because it's not a priority. But it concerns me that in a document like this that we aren't putting a priority on that. I mean, maybe it's more conscious than anything. Obviously, you're going to do that. I'm going to hold you accountable to do that. Yeah. And so, but maybe not so much on those things. I just use that as a better example. But when we talk about cleaning up the waterways and that really bothers me, that portion of it, because that really needs to be a priority. And I think that's a glaring oversight on this exercise that didn't get that in the right place.
But so all the as opportunity allows one, they didn't get a vote, right?
They either got 1 vote or no vote, yes.
And I'm less concerned about necessarily how many votes something got. I mean, we've got everything captured here. Everything that was brought up was good stuff, and we have it all here. Who did the voting? I mean, there was a lot of staff involved in that, and the majority of staff don't live in the city. So, they're going to have different. That's why we want a city manager that actually lives in the city, right? Because when he's driving home, he's checking stuff out, sidewalk cracks here and there. So, the public, outside of the 5 electeds that were here, and one of those elected is not on the board anymore. So, it just seems a glaring miss to me. So
I understand what you're saying. I take one exception with what you said. The department heads were the people that were here, and they're department heads because they do care about the city. They don't have to live here.
I don't disagree that all our staff care about the city. That's not what I'm saying. But as far as what the priorities are for the city to do, the staff does what the council tells them to do, right, through the city manager. We direct them. This is our strategy. Now, they had input in that, and it's great. What I'm saying is maybe that's why some of these things didn't get the attention that they should have, is because, I'll give you an example, the fire department, they've got, they probably the most dots of everything, if I remember right? So, and that's probably heavy on that staff side. It's something they want because that's what they work out of, right? It makes total sense. Well, they don't live on a canal that's all silted in. They can't get out, right, in the city. So all I'm saying is that the process is good, but that's the whole purpose of this review, is to see if there's any outliers that maybe didn't come out. And if you guys are okay with putting canal water stuff as opportunity allows, I can't stop that, but I think that's negligence on our part.
But I think the point of the exercise was for us all to work together on this, right? It shouldn't be just up to council or up to the mayor to decide what should or shouldn't be in the as opportunity allows portion. So
Totally agree.
I think it's great. I think that all of us together did a really great job working on it.
And that doesn't mean we're not going to work on those things. You're
Exactly.
already going to meetings. We're already. I mean, this is not put on the back burner. I know it looks like that because we don't discuss it every meeting, but by no stretch of the imagination are many of them. Now we might want to put the Riverwalk on Sunset Boulevard. That might go on the bottom of the list. You know what I mean? Like that's not a priority. Get that. But that doesn't mean we're going to not going to look at it and say, well, maybe in the future, that type of stuff. So I see it as one big thing. We're going to work on all of it.
That's fine.
It was a team effort, so that was very good.
Yeah, I do not fault the process at all. I applaud the process. I've never been done here in the city before. It's fantastic
Correct.
that Matt came in, took the initiative to actually do that. Outstanding work, no questions about it. But there's always exceptions to rules, right? And so when I saw that seemed like a glaring miss to me, and I just wanted to bring it up. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Are we really collaborating with New Ritchie with a firework display?
What? I didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Collaborating with New Ritchie on a firework display at Gulfview Square Mall.
Are you referring to something in here?
Mm-hmm.
What page? I know
On Section 5, an opportunity allows, utilize Gulfview Mall for collaborative fireworks displays and other events with Newport Richie.
Yeah, I think it was brought up that we would collaborate with Newport Richie on certain things if possible.
That's cool. But Matt, are we doing that this year? Okay. He needs to know yesterday if we are.
As opportunity allows, we've already.
All right. Well,
that
didn't
boat's
come
already
fast
sailed.
enough, but thank you.
I move to approve resolution number 2409.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Anyone in the public like to comment? Hands will bring it back. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to say nay just because of the comments I made. I think we should look at this a little closer. Motion carries. Okay, next up is item number 5, approval of resolution number 24-10 to adopt a proclamation policy. That's it to you or Matt?
We can.
Thanks, Matt,
I'll read it.
Mr. Copper for his comments.
During a previous meeting, the council tasked the city attorney with drafting a policy to direct the assessment of requests from citizens for proclamations acknowledging individuals, events, activities, organizations, and issues within the city of Port Richey. Proposed policy includes provisions to define the purpose of the proclamations, assert that the city holds no obligation to create a proclamation, establish criteria for determining when a proclamation may be issued, outline circumstances under which proclamations will not be issued, detail procedures for submitting proclamation requests, and describe the distribution methods for disseminating proclamations. The council is encouraged to consider adopting this policy if it intends to initiate the issuance of proclamations honoring individuals, organizations, events, or activities. Doing so would ensure that residents and organizations are informed about the types of requests that will be considered for recognition in the future.
You should have put proclamation in there one more time. I don't think it was set enough. I think.
So
I'm not going to vote for this because it really needs to go in there at least one more time.
I think we need a proclamation.
Yeah, you could be our first proclamation. So read it by title.
Resolution number 2410, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, adopting a proclamation policy and providing for an effective date.
Motion.
For motion and discussion, I have just a couple things I want to point out on this. On page number 40, we're talking about fourth bullet down, recognizing retirements from City of Port Richey following 35 or more years of continued service. I wanted to see if that was possible. Do we really need to, for certain longevity milestones, do we really need to wait till retirement to do that? It might be nice to, at 35 years, if they still work, do we recognize them for 35? Or do we just want to lock it down to when they retire? I think it's a good opportunity to recognize staff for longevity milestones. Again, what those are can be debatable, but this only allows for just retirements. That was one thought I had on that. I'll just go through the other couple, and then we can talk about them. On down towards the end of that same paragraph, if you will, recognizing individual birthdays of 100 years or more and recognizing wedding anniversaries of 50 years or more. The way this is that you recognize on 100, and if you're this old, man, it's okay. 101, 102, they keep coming back year after year. That would allow for that, right? Same thing on 50 years or more wedding anniversaries. I didn't know if we wanted to, and I'm fine with that. I'll do as many proclamations as people achieve these milestones.
but I didn't know if you guys wanted to make that more set, 100 if you go every 5 years after that. I don't know,
You hit 100, you can come back every
Well, yeah,
year.
every year. That I agree. 50, maybe 50-year waiting list would be the same thing. If you 51,
Hell, I'll
52.
go pick you up. Well, you might be picking me up. I'm not quite sure.
But I'm okay with it the way it is. I just wanted to point out that, if you guys were concerned about that being too much, that might be a place to hone that in. I'm perfectly fine with it.
It's fine.
I actually would like to consider recognizing staff outside of retirement for longevity, if we put that in there. I think maybe somebody might even have mentioned that to me or I heard it somewhere. I thought it was a great comment. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you if somebody's here for 20, 25 years, I mean, I don't think you should go every year after that, like the 100-year birthday.
No. But every maybe 5.
Yeah.
That's kind of typical.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have like 1 million employees that we have to worry about that.
So could we maybe change that to
Well, can we add it? Can we add?
recognizing service achievements?
Service anniversaries or something.
Um,
5-year increments.
Well, there'd be 20.
And or retirements, 35 years or above.
Well, I would even.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right.
Really?
That's a little long.
Maybe do.
Any retirement.
We might want to not wait. We might want to recognize
You're not
25
gonna
years.
You're not going to have a lot of people in that thing. 35 years is kind of like a long time.
Let me ask this: does the city have any kind of thing where 10 years? We already
Service awards.
Do they get more vacation?
How long you been here, Chief? Okay, 5 years. We ought to give you something, right?
We do it.
Plaque or something. Oh, the police part does.
The police
We already
does.
do it every
And the
5
fire,
years.
but what
every
about
5 years.
the utilities department or
Yeah, no.
Service longevity where they receive a bonus, 5, 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
what do they receive? If you don't mind me
A
asking.
bonus.
I
A
believe
bonus of what? Like how do you do or well? That's what I want to
It's
know.
a dollar amount. I believe it's 500, 1,000, and then 15.
Okay, so there is some recognition on those. Well, then maybe not so much as something council, but obviously if we got somebody that's been here 25, I would say it'd be a good start. So maybe 25 we could recognize
Yeah.
with them.
I think so.
10, 15, and I know it's 3. I know there's 3 significant dates.
Tie that.
So
You could tie the bonus,
We could tie that in, obviously, to this.
you want to do that
no
within.
public recognition.
start at 10.
That's what you're asking for.
Yeah, I mean, this,
Public, yeah.
we're a small city, so I don't know how much stuff we're going to be able to do.
I know, like-
I really want to make sure the staff is probably recognized. We don't pay the best.
We're going to put it at the end of the agenda so they have to sit here for the entire meeting like we do.
Yeah, well, so proclamations always happen at the very beginning.
Well, I move that we put it at the end.
Just
All right, so-
saying that like adding 2 or 3 years onto my life. So they may come in, 30 years of experience, but at the end of the meeting, it may be 35.
These are dog years, man.
At this rate, I'm going to hit 100 real fast.
All right, so recognized service anniversary is consistent with what the city already does.
Yes.
Time wise, whatever the bonus is. We can add that.
I mean, it stops. I think it's like at 20, maybe 20 years. So there's no recognition after that. And there,
Well, then
there
we need
probably
to look
should
at
be.
that
Well, then they're
too.
going to retire, and they'll recognize them.
But, and I don't want to hold this up for something like that. But would it be better to approve it in form and then modify it?
Well, if everyone's, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to just make the modify it to have service anniversaries consistent with what.
We can do that and approve it tonight.
Yes, just say that in the motion, and I can fix it.
Yes.
If there's, if you want to do a lot of changes, we probably should just redo it. But
The mayor should bake cupcakes for anybody's
And there
5th
we go.
anniversary.
do we want him to? Have we?
Yes.
Is he,
Have
is he baked?
you eaten this?
I do.
Okay.
But I'm not going to
I'm
entertain
not
that
gonna
motion.
I'm just saying he
It
should
should be
bake.
perfectly clear.
You're on a diet. I'm just
We'll stay
saying.
on topic, please.
It's the gesture.
I think
Want the brownies.
if you're going,
All right, kids.
if you're
let's go.
going, if you're going to make that, I'd rather you, because I think there is value in recognizing people for 5 years, 10 years. I mean,
Absolutely.
5-year.
So I wouldn't go, waiting until they qualify for the
You would
bonus.
do
I would,
5 years and then every
Yeah.
5
So 5
years.
year
yeah,
increments.
5, yeah.
Service anniversary.
So just
5
another
years,
line
5
item, we'll
years.
still have the retirements,
Yeah.
35 or more, and then another item recognizing staff for every 5 years.
Say service milestones.
Yeah,
of
service
the
awards,
city
yeah.
residents.
Isn't a year a good milestone these days?
And actually, if you
6 months worth.
you could put, do you guys have like that we could
not necessarily lock it down in a proclamation policy, but reference whatever you put together as
Personnel
milestones. That way you had
Yeah, I
flexibility
mean,
to change it.
that's why I just said put recognized service
Yeah,
milestones or
that'd
something.
be good. And then
Mm-hmm.
whatever those are, he'll let us know.
And it's a variable in there.
Okay, so just recognize service milestones for employees, that's it?
Yep, correct, and that's why.
Okay.
I see something that's
Yeah, because
important
then
here also.
they can change the milestones and that still fits into that.
Yep, got it.
Did you have something?
Yep. I see some things in there, a couple things I find important. Recognizing achievement of high rank and success within local nonprofit organizations, honoring local nonprofit service groups for their work in community, recognizing individual outstanding achievements for contributions to the community. Those things, individuals like that, depending on what it is, but if they can, if they're putting their time in helping the community out, I think they should be recognized a lot. They should be brought to the top. They should be have a party for them and
Well, you saying
facilitated.
you saying it's lacking something, or is
No.
you just emphasizing? Okay,
Emphasizing someone out helping the homeless,
right.
helping drug addicts, churches that are trying to get drug addicts off the street. We can help them any way we can help them. We should do that financially, through staff or whatever. They should be recognized and they should be applauded, and the public should be aware of that. And, they could get more help by doing that also. If we pay more recognition to people out there putting their time in, helping the community, trying to alleviate some of these problems that we have.
Okay.
That's all.
Anything else? Is there a motion? Or do we have a motion? I got lost.
I got lost too.
A motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Richey, Florida, adopting the proclamation policy with
The addition.
addition of recognizing service milestones for employees.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Anyone from public like comment? So you don't have to bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is discussion of dispatch options. I'll pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So tonight, I think, and this has kind of in my mind been a difficult thing to put together on how to do this discussion. And in the end, I wanted first just to get the information out to you and kind of set the table for maybe a more lengthier discussion at the next meeting. So I wanted to go over first kind of the information that I've provided to you, so you can understand, because there is a lot to this topic, and I think it's important as we discuss this that we also kind of think about this from a couple different perspectives. So, one is the level of services we wish to give to our residents. There's going to be a lot of discussion about that, or there should be a lot of discussion about that in this topic. The second piece of this is we should be given, thought about what is that service level we want to give to, the men and women of our police and fire departments. Because in the end, this dispatch is probably, if not the most important resource to them, it's the next one below whatever the most important one is. And I think regardless of what we talk about tonight and in following meetings, we should also keep in mind that, we have a number of very good dispatchers that work for us. And, we're going to talk about issues that we have. And one of the things I'm going to say is we need to either get into the dispatching business or we need to get out, because you can't be where we're at. We're kind of in a non-committal relationship with dispatch. And we got to get beyond that, because to do right by the officers and the firefighters and our dispatchers, we have to invest, or we have to not invest and get out of it, because we're just not doing them justice in any way. And so as we go about discussing, where there's weaknesses, understand that I don't think that the weaknesses are the individuals themselves. I think we've created a system that has created weaknesses within itself. And I know the mayor's heard me say this before, and maybe some others, if you have a broken system, even if you hire the best people, you're going to have a broken system when you're done. And so you got to fix the system to help the people. And so that's where we're at. We need to fix the system. And there's two ways to go about fixing the system. There's an internal methodology, and we have an opportunity to go to the county and fix it. So there's a lot to be discussed. And so within that, tonight, what you have at your fingertips, what was delivered to you, is one, the proposal from the county for dispatching. The corollary with that is the benefits of dispatch consolidation. And at some point, I think I may have gotten my connections crossed with Captain Seltzer. He is going to show up and be available for questions about what the county can provide. We had thrown out a number of dates. I'd actually hoped to have this started back in March, but opportunities just didn't allow us to start that. So I think it's important to hear from him about the county dispatch, so you have it firsthand, what their vision is, what they feel they can offer, what their opportunities for the city would be. The third document is something that I asked the police chief to put together. And, within our system, if you don't know, we have a dispatch that dispatches both police and fire for us. That is managed by the police department. But, from my perspective, it's a city communication department. It's not a police communication department. But the police chief is the one that's been tasked historically with managing that dispatch center. And that's not atypical. I mean, that's usually how it is. Every place I've gone, unfortunately, fire departments, I don't know why, never manage the dispatch centers.
It's pretty historic.
So that's why, I'd ask him to put together, what is a vision? What should we be trying to achieve if we were in dispatching? And I know that he sat down with the dispatching communication staff and worked with them to kind of put together what they thought would be important elements of getting into dispatching. The next document we have there is the options, which I call the options financial comparisons. And there's really two different comparisons here we have to think about. One is just the straight dispatch, right? And just the straight dispatch is whatever our current, so the comparison would be our current costs. Then there's the comparison to, this is if we got into dispatching. So we paid dispatchers the rate that we should be paying so we can attract more dispatchers. If we train dispatchers, what we'd be expecting of them, the pay should be, equal to that. And we're below what the going rate is. And we knew that, right? I mean, we've done studies and we know where our pay is not, at the high end in any of our particular pay ranges. But then if we were to go to the county, there's another difficulty that we have because there's other services provided by our dispatchers that need to be accounted for. And within this study that I provided, the options, I looked at it saying, okay, let's assume that the dispatchers we have want to stay with the city. And so it's kind of a continuation of their pay. And, if we have to fill those positions going forward, that may be different, but I'm not looking at that from that perspective. But we can identify what those costs are really easy and, come up with another model if you want to look at that. And so the third piece of all of this is the radio, the equipment. And if we're going to be in dispatch, we need to update our radio. And actually, again, part of the driving force behind this conversation is within the city budget, there is a line item for radio communications purchase, which is that $87,000, $87,700, whatever it is. That if we get into dispatching, or we just decide we're just going to keep dispatching as it is, we're going to have to make that investment. Now, whether we have to make that investment if we were to contract that service with the county, we can talk about that. I think from the chief's perspective, we still would need that backup, and so it would make sense to make that purchase. But again, maybe it's not a today purchase, maybe that's a next year purchase. I don't know. That's something we can talk about, I think. So understand that there's a cost for dispatch, both in-house and if we go external, but then there's this cost for other things that the dispatchers do today that we would have to find another way to do those without the dispatchers. And the easiest way to do those is to keep staffing 24/7 in some way throughout that. Now, again, does that mean we need 4? Do we need 3? Do we need 6? We can talk about that. But that, to me, is a service level issue. What level of service? And just as an example, right now, 24/7, someone comes up into the police department, they're going to have someone there. So from a level of service, do you want to continue that? Do you want to continue any resident being able to walk into the police department 24/7 and have someone there to help in whatever the thing they need help with? And if you say, no, we don't think that's an important service, we only want to provide that 12 hours a day. Well, that's a different staffing level. But again, that's a level of service that you have to determine that you want to see with that. So that's a whole nother discussion if you make that determination that you want to go and do a county dispatch. And there are some things that the chief has identified within that are important core operations that we have to do if we want to maintain the integrity of the police department. That was that form, the importance of the ORI. We talked about it. I understand it, but I couldn't explain it, so I had him kind of put together that ORI sheet so you can have that. And then the last document you have there is the purchase that if we are going to be in dispatching, we need to make pretty soon after you make that decision. And I wanted you to understand that there are costs associated with everything we do here, and that's lined up to go whichever direction. One thing that I didn't have in writing here, and that's my fault, is comments from the fire chief. And I think that's important to hear his take on this as well. So I think tonight, probably after I shut up, going to the police chief and letting him explain the document you have there, and then going to the fire chief to give his point of view as well, which I think is very important to understand because, I don't want to steal what he's going to say, but I think he's identified a number of weaknesses that kind of force your hand that you have to choose, one or the other. You can't just say, let's just keep it the same. So I'm going to shut up with that. That's the information. I don't know if you have any questions on the information, but not go to the Chief Robinson to kind of do an overview.
So I will do as I'm told, and I'll pass it to Chief Robinson for his comments.
First of all, could you do me a favor? Could you speak up?
Yes, where would you like me to start?
Suggestion.
Why don't you kind of go over the model dispatch center?
As Mr. Koppler expressed, right now we have a staff that is 4 dispatchers, full-time dispatchers, 2 part-time dispatchers. We are not fully staffed. I did some research and picked up a survey that was done in 2023, and it included 774 agencies, and it was done by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatchers. So the issue that we're having with staff is not unique to the city of Port Richey. You could go next door in Newport and they have the same thing. You can go around the country. I've been to a seminar with a chief from Indianapolis, and he has the same issue. So it's not unique to the city of Port Richey. In that 774 agencies, from 2018 through 2022, the average vacancy rate is approximately 25%. From 2019 to 2022. Nearly a third of those centers reported vacancies. 13 reported 71% or more vacancies in their agency. 92 reported vacancy rate of 51 to 70%, and 202 reported rates of 31 to 50%. One agency actually had a vacancy rate of 83%. So again, it's not a unique situation to the city of Port Richey. And just like we do with our law enforcement personnel, we vet the individuals that apply. And as Mr. Copper mentioned, the present rate that we're paying them just does not attract a quality candidate. And even if we do attract a quality candidate, our situation, they have to be able to multitask. They have to be able to remain calm. There's certain characteristics and qualities that they have to have in order to become a dispatcher. That's why they are so sought after all across the country. So what we have right now, the reason the equipment that we're looking for is because the equipment we have, the radio system we have, was purchased somewhere between 94 and 98. They're really just two in-car radios. They've gone down a couple of times. We have an agreement with Pasco Radio Systems. They come and they fix it, but it's getting to the point now where it's going to be unfixable. And the last thing we want to do is not to have the funds in place to replace it if we cannot replace the radio. We had a couple of mics go down. We had to go and get an in-car handheld mic to operate the radio system. It's antiquated. The reason we're looking to, and this is also a safety issue with that radio. Right now, if one of our officers or one of the firefighters is calling for help by pushing their emergency button, we don't know who it is. So the dispatchers are going to have to do what they call a roll call and call every single person that's working, whether it's the fire department or whether it's the police department, to find out who that individual is. So now you're losing precious time when that individual could need emergency assistance. So that's one of the flaws in the system that we have now. It's not expandable, obviously. We're just talking about something that was purchased 30 years ago. So this particular radio system, you have 30 years of innovation and technology improvements. It is the same system that Newport Richey presently has, same system that Zep Hills presently has. And basically it'll bring us up in the 21st century. It's expandable, so if software changes or anything, we can expand the system. It also provides the dispatchers with simple things we don't have right now is headphones and foot pedals and things that they should have. And so those are some of the reasons that we're trying to get to this system. And right now, if there's an issue, we are not allowed what we call patching. And some of this is in your document. We can't patch channels. We have to go through the sheriff's office to patch channels so that we can talk. So those are things that we would alleviate. We would be able to patch. And so again, I've come to you before, but when I come to you for a big ticket item, it's because it is to the point where it needs to be replaced. So that's part of the radio system. And again, the explanation and the support letter is in your packet. What we have now with our agency is, I think we have the ability to do what's needed. Our response times are quick. Our dispatchers know the officers, so there's a safety factor there. If there's an inflection in officer's voice, they'll know. They know the people that call in. So you have that closeness of and knowledge, institutional as well as community knowledge of the people that we're dealing with. And that may not be the case if we move to the county. Because at that point, our officers, and I've talked to the chiefs in Newport Richey, I've talked to the chiefs in Zephyr Hills as well, and they are going to the county. The difference in our situation is that those agencies have their own CAD and RMS systems, so they are separated. So when the county comes and says it's an officer safety concern, we don't have that because we're already on their CAD and RMS system. So their situations are totally different than ours. In the explanation of what is a model center, communication center, there's things I've documented in there in regarding the pay. I've listed the pay discrepancy between the people, our dispatchers, and surrounding communications dispatchers. I've talked about the equipment that we need to upgrade, meaning the Zetron Max system. When I came, we had consoles and equipment that we had gotten from the county. It was 20 to 25 years old. And we asked the council, could we upgrade? We had wires hanging outside, electrical wires hanging outside the wall. So with the money that we were granted from the council, we were able to refurbish and get new consoles that'll make them comfortable where they can hit the button and raise up. They're in there 12 hours a day. So you try to make them comfortable. They don't, when you don't get the pay, as the mayor mentioned about in another, on another topic, you have to try to do what you can to make their environment more pleasant. And we've had dispatchers that have experience from other agencies. Have we had issues with hiring dispatchers? Absolutely. We've had issues with dispatchers that would come in, we go through the process, and we had one last one shift. And we had to go to her house and ask, are you coming to work? No, it's not for me. So they're a rare breed. And that appreciation week we just went through, that's no joke. That is absolutely true. We do appreciate them. Do we need more? Absolutely, we do. But the ones we have can do the job. Do we have some weakness? Yes, we do. And it's, as Mr. Cobbler said, part of it is the training, but we're trying to increase the training because these are PD dispatchers. So sometimes they are not up to what the fire department needs. So one of the meetings we had with the fire chief was when we do our CPO training, give us some curriculum that we can incorporate into that training that would make the dispatchers more cognizant and aware of what it is that you need. So that was one of the discussions we had, and I'm sure him and Captain Quinn are working on that. When you look at, and I'm sure Captain Seltzer will explain that you don't have to worry about staffing anymore, and that's not true because you do have to remain staffed. They still have to remain staffed because in the packet it says the ORI number. You have to maintain someone in there 24/7 in order to keep that ORI. And if you look at it, you'll see it. And that really allows us as an agency to access criminal justice administration information systems, data like warrants. We can do teletype operations. We can do all those things a law enforcement agency does. If you do not have that center staffed 24/7, the chances of losing that ORI are good. And when you don't have an ORI, then you cease to be a law enforcement agency, become a non-law enforcement agency. So the whole staffing thing, we still have to maintain staff. We'll keep the people that we have. We'll continue to try to hire other people, but you have to have someone there 24/7. So whatever that is, because I know, like I said, talk to chiefs and other agencies in Pasco, and they are going to maintain a level of staffing somewhere between 4 and 5, because you can't work people 24/7. You still have to have people available if someone goes on vacation or someone gets sick. So you still have to maintain that same staff in addition to what you'll have to pay the county. So that's all in your packet, and it's just something that you guys will have to look at. But it's not as easy, and it's not as simple as some are making it seem. So again, you have to decide what you want. Do you want the same level of service that you have now, where we do our own dispatching and can get there quicker, or do you want us to have to get a call, put it in a system, send it to Pasco, and then when they send it, then they have to dispatch one of our guys? So there's going to be a time difference. Our response times will be slower. So there's a lot of issues with it that you have to kind of wrestle with as you garner more information once he comes. And you know, anything else?
If you could, I was going to ask, could you please introduce our communications officer so everyone knows who she is?
Hi, my name is Diane.
You come podium.
Hi, my name is Diane Lineski. I am not a city resident. I'm just outside your borders, but I have been with the city of Port Richey this is my 3rd year. I come to you with close to 30 years experience by now. I'm available for any questions you have as to how police dispatch works, how fire dispatch works, public utilities, water, and then also operating as your front desk officer, because we are 24/7. Citizens do come in 24/7. I am also your impound release person after hours. I also address questions, concerns from the public regarding crimes that happen in the county because they can't get through and they call us. And that is a common thing. I also address concerns from the public about things like this lady over here mentioned earlier, potholes, or was this lady here, sorry, potholes. I take your complaints about speeders on Washington. I ask questions of the public when they call in and they say, this little box on the side of the road, is it reading my tag? Does it know I have warrants? Are you following me? Then I also am very versed and very familiar with a segment of the population that the majority of people in this room will not deal with outside of the 2 chiefs out here, and that is our psychologically disturbed community. And we do have a very large population of homeless people that do have chemical addictions. They have criminal issues, and not just because they're homeless, generally because of their addiction issues. And I am also not only on a first name basis with a lot of them, I recognize their voices. So if they try to conceal who they are, I recognize their voice because I work with them. That's my job. I get them services. I find out if they're having hallucinations. I find out, oh, you're back at Wawa's and you were told you're not supposed to be at Wawa's again. So let's go ahead and mitigate the situation and start to try to cut the problems off at the start before they do get to the point where I need to send an officer and or the fire department because of their issues. So any questions you have about that, any questions you have about the ORI, what the ORI impact has on law enforcement, by all means, I can open up the forum for you if you have anything to.
Can you describe the ORI for me? I'm not familiar with that. Would you be able to do that?
Yes. So the ORI is a number that's assigned to individual departments. It's a federal program, and it's also an international-based program. It tacks on through the National Crime Information Computer, which is the NCIC. We have licensing for that. We have the ORI, and we're also part of FCIC, the Florida Crime Information Computer, and they do work in tandem to each other. That ORI allows us to communicate with law enforcement agencies globally. So it's not just local, but that is what is primarily used for. So any agency in the 50 states, the U.S. territories, commonwealths, et cetera, can communicate to us without having to try to worry about a language barrier or utilizing phone services, or perhaps they're desolate and don't have phone services, but they may have access to an ORI miles down if they go into another jurisdiction. They all work somehow together. So I can contact Interpol, and you would think little teeny Port Richey wouldn't have a need for that. We do. We'll also be in contact with Customs, ICE, Immigration, Customs Enforcement. We can ask of them questions if we need to run certain individuals for certain reasons, such as if we need to know if they have an alien status. We need to know if we need to reach out to next of kin that maybe lives in Nebraska. We say, we've got this individual here. We believe there's a next of kin. We're trying to do a death notification. Can you help us out? We exchange information that way. Interpol, if I need to get a hold of someone in France because they're a property owner, perhaps in our waterfront district, and maybe their business burned down. Interpol is a way to do that. Granted, that's not something we would generally use Interpol for, but that's available. And if you keep in mind, since we are a coastal community, we also work with the United States Customs Enforcement. We also work with the United States Coast Guard. Then we can communicate with them, doing different details. If they have questions of us, things specifically about a resident they want some intel on that may not have case criminal information, but we may have in-house information we can share and communicate. An ORI needs to be operated 24/7 because
That was my question.
it's 9 p.m. here, but it might be 9 a.m. in another part of the country or another part of the globe. So we need to be ready and available to answer those messages within 10 minutes or an hour, depending on the circumstances. And there are penalties to play if we don't accommodate that. So maintaining an ORI for a police department is a top priority. It's
Do that. The dispatch does that, not our own.
agency. The agency as an entity maintains the ORI.
But
Who communicates with it?
yes,
We are
dispatch.
Yes, we are trained in the National Crime Information and the Florida Crime Information, which also includes missing persons, hot files, domestic violence injunctions, stolen vehicles, stolen tags, boats, vessels, aircrafts, credit cards, currency. If it can be stolen, we maintain getting that database together. And then we also maintain removing that information from a database so that someone doesn't get stopped in a stolen car that's already been recovered, and we're saving that penalty from that department, making an unofficial or inappropriate stop. It is a very meticulous program, attention to detail, beyond attention to detail. And there's systems built in to where certain records have to be verified every certain amount of days, months, years, and the records have to be upkept. So we work in tandem with them, the records department, the evidence department. There might be, we may have a gun from a crime committed in 1983 that we still have in property evidence, that some agent maybe in South Dakota, they may find something that links that gun to a case that we have, and it's all through NCIC that the linkage comes about. It also it gives us access to CGIS, which is the Crime Information System. Again, another sharing tool that we have that utilizes more classified information, more like terrorists and things like that, which we also, I run terrorists all night long. I legitimately do. I'll run something, it'll come up with a hit, and I have to determine, is this the person my officer is with? Do I need to notify the terrorist screening center? That's part of my responsibility. And it's not something the general public knows. When they think 911, they think of a beautiful call center where it's nice and quiet. It's picked up on the first ring, and the officer spontaneously arrives at your home. That's not reality. The reality is that phone never stops. It depends on how busy your call center is. The larger your call center, the more and more and more and more it's going to ring. That's just the nature of the beast in the 911 world.
Very knowledgeable.
Oh, thank you. Hopefully that answered your question about the ORI.
Absolutely did. So don't go anywhere.
Okay.
You had said something and I had already underlined it. So we have to staff the ORIF 24/7. Is that correct? That's what you said, and that's what you said.
We have to staff the dispatch center, communication center 24/7 so that she can do all the things she just said she can do.
Right. And if we don't have that, I underlined it, we lose our police department.
You could.
Well, let me ask.
Have to meet.
Go ahead. Okay. Let me ask a question along the same lines. So we're talking about the ORI specifically. Let's hypothetically let's say that we fold our dispatch and we go to the county and pay county to do dispatch. Is that a significant enough event that we would need to reapply for ORI, or we keep our same one? Because obviously if you still have dispatch, it's just you're farming it out, if you will. So it's just basically instead of us staffing it on site, we're actually staffing it at the county level. So how does that affect the ORI? Because they're there 24/7. We have access to them 24/7. Would we get a different ORI, or you're saying? And I know this is not the case because obviously, matter of fact, I think we're the only one left in Pasco that's not going to the county. Newport Richey just did that. I think at the end of the year they're going to be fully. They're basically paying the county, I think, 2 actual dispatching positions to handle dispatch for them. So, if you could explain how ORI works with dispatch not being here but being farmed out to the county.
Is that something you want me to address? Yeah. Okay. So, each individual agency is responsible for entering the data into NCIC, FCIC. So the best way I can explain this is, aside from warrants are handled in our state by the county. So the county courts get the warrant and they say, okay, sheriff's office, even though this was a Newport Richey case, and we'll just make up a title, a battery case. Newport Richey has requested a warrant. The state of Florida has agreed that a warrant is justified. Because it's within the county court system, the county will do the entry on the warrant when they get the paperwork. And all the confirmations are done through the county on the warrants. Anything else, though, we do. Stolen vehicles, boat parks, tags, anything like that. If we have a missing person or an amber alert or a silver alert or a purple, all the alerts, everything else, we do it. And that would also still fall on the responsibility of the Port Richey Police Department, where they'll have to have their own teletype communications console to maintain that. Because 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the records have to be available. And by record, I mean the case report. So the case report comes from the officer. We collect all the information we need. We make the entry into the national computer. And then should the state of Dakota find our stolen vehicle at 3 in the morning, they will contact us via the terminals, and we have to verify with those cases, the case reports, that there's still an active stolen vehicle. That the case hasn't been dismissed, charges haven't been dropped, or the vehicle hasn't already been recovered. And we need to do that in that efficiency because that could potentially cause false arrest or detainment of a suspect based on us not maintaining that database correctly.
The idea is, I guess, if the county did our dispatch and you guys weren't dispatchers here, would we still enter that stuff here somehow? The officer has to do it, or would the county do it for us as part of the dispatch?
Where the records are available for review. So the county, if they took us over, the county would have to have physical access to come look at our reports to verify that these entries are still in fact valid or not valid and should have been removed. So the county would have to have access to our reports, to our report system to know this is what that's about.
So how does that work when
So essentially, police departments generally get eliminated when they lose ORIs. Generally. It doesn't happen everywhere, but they're generally going to, police departments fall after that.
I'm going to be real clear. This is very emotional for me. Very emotional for me. I am in no way, shape, or form in favor of this. nor am I can't even speak right now. Big time. Any way, shape, or form ready to have any chance that our police or fire are not here. I am in no way, shape, or form. I have used these people for my husband. My neighbor has used these people for their husband. I am not willing to wait. This is what this city is about. They respond to us within 2 to 3 minutes. I called those people no less than a dozen times for my husband, and they were always there for me and my husband within 3 minutes. I had a police officer. I don't know how they found me because I was at work. I had somebody coming to take care. I'm sorry for the personal story, but you're gonna have to know why I feel this way.
You're fine.
I was at work and I had someone taking care of him, and she walked in and couldn't find him, and she found him and wasn't a good situation. Okay, fine. And she couldn't remember my address. They found her within, I don't know, a short period of time, and tried to help my husband. I am in no way, shape, or form willing to take the opportunity to possibly lose our law enforcement agency. We still have to, from what I'm hearing, and I've not spoken to Chief about this at all, and he'll verify that for me, nor have I spoken to any other police department officer about this. By giving up to the county this piece of it, we still have to staff the police department with someone to run the records. Is that correct? If we don't do that, we have a chance of losing this. Are you willing to lose your police department? Because if you are, you will be waiting over an hour for a sheriff's officer to respond to your house. Is that what you're willing to do? I'm not. I am not. I have fallen and broken my leg in the middle of the street with dogs. Hope you weren't the person I was yelling at. I was not happy. Was it you?
I would not take it personally if you did.
Our fire department were the first ones on the scene. Be within minutes. I am way not in favor of this. We still have to pay somebody to be in the records department. When somebody comes at 3 o'clock in the morning, how do you know it's not a battered person that is looking to try to get help and there's no one there to help them? That's unacceptable to me. That's just totally unacceptable to me.
Respectfully, in addition, it's not just the police that we're answering the phone for overnight.
Right.
We're answering the phone for water and public services, and then occasionally for the fire. The fire 911 response is a little different than law enforcement. It's its own beast that has its own requirements. But you know, we're answering phone calls from Ranch Road and 19 all the way south of this location for water complaints. And when the water mains go out, we're talking an average of 60 to 70 phone calls within an hour, in addition to still dispatching police, fire, and additional public support if we need it.
Well, this is why I live in this city. I never needed this in the 37 years I lived here, but I needed it for that 1 year for my husband. And I'm getting older, and I want to know that our police and fire are going to be there when I need them. And I am not willing to wait an hour for a police officer. And that's nothing against Pasco County officers. They're doing their best. They're doing their best. They're not sitting around eating donuts waiting on it. I do not think that at all. We had an incident on Massachusetts a couple months ago. That officer's closest backup was at Suncoast. Suncoast in 52. That's where that officer, our guys had to respond and help. Wrong? Right. So, I'm not willing to give up dispatch. Do we need the equipment for $87,000? Do we need that anyway? So that's a non-brainer.
To answer your question, Mr. Mayor.
Did I have a question?
No, you made a statement about.
I think yes.
I talked to, yesterday, I talked to Zephyr Hill. They're supposed to be going live May 14th, they are still maintaining people within their dispatch, either somewhere between 4 and 6 people. They had like 9, but if they can do it with 4 to 5, and the ideal number is 4 to 6, because you have, like I said, you have to have relief. I mean, vacation, sick or whatever. I talked to Chief Coaching in Newport yesterday as well, and when this first came up, he was going to do the same thing as far as they call them PSAPs, which they are, and that's where he was at, the same number of people. He was going to release a couple of dispatchers, but he was going to maintain that. And when I talked to him yesterday, they're still trying to figure out where they're going to be. I don't see how you can do it with 2 people unless you shut down at 5 o'clock in the evening. There's no way, because somebody's got to be there 24/7, as she just stated. So you can't do that with 2 people. So, regardless of what your decision is, we still have to maintain the personnel we have. We still have to go through the same hiring process that we go through now, and that part's not going to change.
And how much do we have to pay the county?
91,000, I think it was.
So we have to maintain staffing, plus we have to pay them.
Correct.
Yeah, no.
Right. And they're overloaded anyway.
So let me make a quick comment. So, and I appreciate the emotion and that. So don't take this as this discussion. So I want to just be clear. This is not about getting rid of the police department at all.
Well, it is if you get rid of the dispatchers.
Well, so let me talk to that. So obviously there's entities larger than us that are doing it even. So the conversation here and what the decision is at the end, maybe we keep an enhanced dispatch. There's option for that as well, right? But I think the conversations are necessary to see, because the model that we have now is unsustainable. And so that's what we're trying to look into, is how can we sustain that? And maybe we invest more and actually beef up the dispatch and pay more and resolve it that way. That's an option. Is it an option that we explore having, like other cities have done, have the dispatch taken over by the county and maintain the same level of service for the other things? Then it kind of becomes cost prohibitive. We're probably better off to spend that $91,000 to enhance what we have here today, right? But I think as we talk about level of service, and I'll just use an example, the impound. Right now, at any time of the day, they come to the window to get impound release.
Yes.
Do we really need to provide 24/7 impound release of cars? I think that's an example where we could probably cut that.
Well, that's illegal. That would be a legal question. Do we need to legally? I would say that's a legal question.
I don't know the answer to that sitting here, but we could find out. My guess is no, you don't. Probably impound would not be 24/7, but.
I mean, we don't. You can't pay your water bill 24/7.
That's why I was asking.
It's a great question. But so that would be one example. If it was legal, we wouldn't necessarily have to offer impound service 24/7. So that would take that out of the way. If you talk about people coming up to the window of the police department, obviously we have staff not in the building, but we have 3 officers per shift normally, sometimes 2, never just 1, right? We say never 1. Okay, so we have 2 to 3 officers at any given time on the streets, and so. Just use this as an example. Somebody comes in, we have a red phone they pick up, and that goes to county dispatch, the dispatching officer to the building. So they can bring somebody there, and response time is 2-3 minutes. They can be here. They may be right down the corner. Again, thinking outside the box. I'll say ideally, we have the best, highest paid dispatchers. We keep them here. We have no problems, and we're running dispatch better than anybody. The reality is that we can't staff dispatchers in our state. We're paying police overtime to sit in there to fill those gaps. And so I think the conversation is necessary. Now, where we end up with it, that's up to debate, right? But I don't want to just close the door on, because we have a threat we're going to lose our police department. We're not going to lose our police department. We will do everything within our power to make sure that stays. And can we do that with the dispatch at the county level? Sure. Newport Richie's doing it. Zephyr Hills is doing it. Dade City's doing it. Maybe we don't do it, but all these places are not going to lose their police department, so why would we? How we staff that, it's all a numbers game, really. What services do we need to provide 24/7? Some maybe not, others do. We get staff that for some of the other stuff, it could be staffed with non-dispatchers. I'll give you an example from an IT perspective. You know, we don't staff a 24/7 operation. Somebody carries a pager, right? And so if there's something that comes up, they page out, and that person comes in and does whatever they need to do, or they do it from home, or whatever they have to do, right? Maybe that's a scenario we could play with here to cover some other stuff. Again, not even on the realm of conversation or possibility would we ever be wanting to give up our police and fire, right? That's not what this is about. This is about how to operate with a sustainable model, and we're having trouble with that now. So, with that being said, I'd like to continue the conversation, obviously, about this and where we fall. And I don't know, and maybe we table it for another time. I don't know how in depth we want to hear from the fire chief, obviously. And actually, is there any questions for her while she's still here?
I just wanted to have a question about how are the calls coming in? What happens in a 911, or do people call direct with a Port Richey line? How are those two? How do they work together, or how are they different?
There's multiple ways. The administrative line will get the general law enforcement and fire-related questions. Generally, people who have mobility issues will have our non-emergency number on hand to call us for lift assists, things like that. We get those directly. And then, of course, the administrative phone lines for the non-emergency when people attempt to respectfully utilize that. And then, of course, we do the after hours and weekends, utilities phone calls. They come into us as well. The 911, we are set up as the 911s that are cell phone related will automatically go to the county. That's the way that this area has opted to set up the 911 system. So 911 cell phones go to the county first. The county will process police, fire, medical, and they're supposed to transfer the call to us if it's within our city limits. And I say supposed to because oftentimes they don't. But they can communicate via CAD with us, or they'll call over and say, I took this call, this is the phone number, this is the address, this is the call number, because we do share the same CAD system. Now, our landline 911s come directly to us. There is no county middle person. So landline from businesses and the few homes that still have landlines can call 911 directly and get us if they're in our geographical area. And then in addition to be completely transparent, for fire-related calls that are also medically related, we here in the city of Port Richey are not EMD, emergency medical dispatchers. That is a separate certification, and that is the one that will walk the person through the child labor delivery, walk you through CPR, walk you through bandaging wounds while you're on the phone with them. So in the few cases that we have that emergency medical need, we obtain the location, the basics information. Generally speaking, the fire departments are going to go to those calls more rampantly than the police will assist in addition to. We get all that started while we're transferring the caller to the EMDs at the county. And they will take over the call strictly for medical purposes. We still listen if we're required to, if it's some type of active fire call where we still need to gather additional information. Medical takes priority and everything else comes secondary after that. But all police-related 911 calls are supposed to be transferred to us. So that way you are not going into the call holding screen at the county. You're not being put on hold for additional incoming county calls. You are coming to me and I am staying on the phone with you. I'm obtaining the information. I'm getting you the emergency services that you need. The other night, perfect case and example, unfortunately, it was a call not in our city, but it was the call came in on an admin line, not 911, and it turned out to be a swatting call. And for those of you who don't know what that is, that's a false 911 call through technology to make it look real. the call came in. It's an address that I recognize on Robalina, which is right there in Wintry Apartments, because that is a hot zone just outside of our city limits that our fire department goes to frequently. Our officers are requested by the county for backup there frequently. I got the address in, and the caller started saying, before I could really communicate further, my dad killed my mom and my siblings are dead on the floor. So now, I being the operator with a lot of experience, I worked that call. I stayed on the line, and I sent our units way before the sheriff's office even knew anything was going on, because we're closer, we're there, we're available, and I don't care what jurisdiction you're in. Your life isn't my responsibility if you're on my phone. And that's something that I choose to do. I can't speak for the county. I can't say what they would do or would not do. But the first available second that I had to notify the county of the call, I did. They requested I transfer the caller, and as soon as I knew this, if I did, we were going to lose the caller, and that's essentially what happened. Thankfully, everything worked out fine, and it was swatting. But if that was a county call, and that was not a fake call, and that was coming in on an admin line, which does happen very frequently, people will call that for emergency purposes because maybe it's programmed into their phone. Maybe they have a history of domestic situations, and they have a code in their phone. Or maybe they're on the phone with a relative out of state, and they call, the relative sees something going on in the background and calls us, or what have you. They do come in very frequently on the administrative lines where they are true, in fact, emergency situations. And if that had come, and then speculation, complete speculation on my part, but if that call had gone to the county, 30, 35 rings before someone's going to pick it up. And that's not an exaggeration. I do tell my callers that frequently. When they call and they say, I've tried to call the sheriff's office and I can't get through. I think they're closed. I always tell the callers, on the 31st ring, disconnect the line, wait 15 minutes and call again. And that's the reality of having a small city like we have. We can provide those services where you have the entire county, and you're all short-staffed anyway because it's a 911 center, and every 911 center is short-staffed. That's the reality of the field that I work in, and that's nationwide, maybe probably even globally.
Does it?
I'm a fan of small agencies, short calls, fast time response.
When a 911 call comes in, does that go directly to us, or does it get?
If it is a landline, it comes directly to us. If it is a cell phone, because of the tower locations, it bounces to, they all go to the county. And then
Cell phones go to the county. Right.
is supposed to transfer it to us once they determine it's in the geography of the city.
Okay. Any other questions for her? Thank you. Go ahead, Bob.
It says here is that we've already budgeted funds for the dispatch radio for $87,704. I was also wondering here, as far as the red light, we have a red light camera on Granda 19. I know a lot of that money goes out the state that's received on that. And I just wondered, is that negotiable, or is that just a contract set in stone and certain amount? I mean, can we receive any more money off of that?
If you're looking at me, I'm not familiar with the contract. I've never dealt with it. I could look at it.
That's why I was asking. I'm not.
Yeah. We have to pay a certain amount to the state based on each red light ticket. And there's 3 different portions that go to the state. There's a brain fund. There's like 3 different funds it goes to, and that's all statutory. We can't negotiate that with the state.
Well, I like Diane. I'd like to give her a raise. I definitely want to keep her. You know, I'd like
that motion.
Well, I wonder if she could work 24/7, 7 days a week.
She wouldn't like me.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
I'll turn over to Chief Castry for his comments. Probably better anyway. These mics get kind of finicky.
The speaker's not right in front of me. Yeah. I'm Gary Pollock-Astry, 5439 Blue Point Drive.
I didn't even catch it.
Birthday, but why? I kind of miss hearing that.
You're saying enough to figure it out.
That's funny.
Good job, Gary.
I didn't even catch that.
Listen, it's a short notice for me to put together, but please don't take this as being negative about our dispatch or our dispatch process. My goal here, my job to you, is to bring forth the facts. On the fire rescue side, I am talking nothing about PD. I am not a police officer. I don't pretend to be what I'm not, and I don't pretend to know what I don't know. I appreciate what they do, and she does a killer job, and 95% of what you heard on this whole presentation is on the law enforcement side of it. And this is why boss man asked me to come up and say, I need your perspective. Dispatch is half yours, and they provide the service to you as well. So again, my job is to give you accurate information, the good, the bad, and the ugly, so you guys can make informed decisions from there. The pros of fire rescue being controlled by our dispatch is it's ours. We and you can do whatever it is that you want with it and tweak it in any way, shape, or form that you want, and that's an awesome pro to have. Some of the cons that I see, again, from the fire rescue side, these are not just that I see, that I have, that I've experienced, that I've worried about. Chief Robinson didn't create this. I didn't create this. She was dragged into this. It's something that's been going on for years, but it's just facts. They're PD dispatchers, like she had mentioned. They're not fire dispatchers. They are not certified in EFD, which is emergency fire dispatching. So they don't have that formal fire department dispatching training. They have zero EMD training. They haven't been given that emergency medical dispatch training, which is a lot. It's a big budgetary issue, and it ties up a dispatcher. So a lot of people think when you call 911, people think, why are they asking me so many questions? Just get me an ambulance, get me a fire truck, get me a police car. Well, those questions that they ask are to assist in making sure you're getting the right amount of police cars, the right type of fire equipment, and in the meanwhile, they're giving you that emergency medical information to assist until one of us can get there. That doesn't happen within our dispatch center. There's no time constraints within our dispatch to put a call out. We don't have that QA oversight. Within Pasco County, the dispatchers that get a call, they have, I think it's 30 seconds to put a call out. If they don't put a call out in 30 seconds, they get dinged, and it goes to QA, and they get questioned as to why was this call, what took so long. It might be less than 30 seconds. What took so long for you guys to put that call out? I want to know why, what, and they get to the root of it. We don't have that here. I don't have an ability to assure a dispatcher is listening to our priority calls. They have to multitask. They're answering the phone, answering the bell at the window, answering the doors, trying to give people, their cars back that have been repossessed. And I don't have an ability to mandate that a dispatcher is sitting there, you're listening to me, my priority calls. I don't have a specifically assigned dispatcher during a working incident. So when I have a working house fire, she still has to wear all of these hats. And now I have an escalating house fire continues to escalate until such time we finally get it under control. At that point, I can say, stand down. Get some of your other things that you need to get done. I don't need you to listen so closely. But for that first 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-minute hour, it could be until whatever my gas leak is or whatever the situation I have is under control. I don't have that. I don't have a dedicated dispatcher sitting there listening to me. You know how many times across the country dispatchers have contacted on-scene commanders to say, hey, chief, hey, captain, hey, officer, you have an officer or you have a captain inside. He's calling for your help. Because the dispatchers had that keen ear. We're standing outside with the house is burning, noise, people yelling, cars, fire trucks making noise. Sometimes we miss those communications. Well, the dispatchers, when they're dedicated to our call, have that ability to hear that. We can't provide that. It's impossible for him to provide that with the manpower and the funding that he currently has. Our city radio system, it doesn't record fire rescue transmissions. Like Chief said, I shake my head. I have the same thing at the fire station. It's a car radio that they modified and put into the dispatch center to make it work as our dispatch. At the fire station, we have a car radio with an inverter to convert 110, down to 12 volt to make the car radio work within the fire station. Minimal call notes at times. Calls are transferred back and forth. So what I'm talking about is when I say the word CAD, that's our computer-aided dispatch. That's the computer in our truck. And that's That's where we get our information from. That's where she sends us the address, the cross street, and any information. Well, sometimes because the calls have to get transferred back and forth between Pasco and us, depending on what type of call it is and who got it, and whether it came landline or cell phone. They put some dispatch notes in, they put some dispatch notes in, and we only get certain notes. Unless they're paired, the units, the two units, our engine and their rescue are paired up on the CAD, we don't see the notes that both the dispatchers put in. Those notes help us to prepare for the emergency and help us to know what to bring. Trouble getting the call type correct. We've been working with the dispatchers trying to make sure that when you put in a call for service for us, that the call type is correct. We get calls for a medical call, and we get in the truck, and what do you think we need? We need our jump bag and our rubber gloves, and we pull up, and it's a car wreck, overturned, somebody trapped. We're not prepared for that. We thought it was a medical call. And then we get a medical call, and they pull up, and it's a car wreck with the vehicle's on fire, but we got our rubber gloves on instead of our bunker gear. A fire investigation. So we get a fire investigation, and most of us can think, what is a fire investigation? To go investigate something that might have caught on fire. So we get in the truck and we drive to the call, and it's a fire inside of the laundromat. So those call types are important for us. Which dispatch center is putting it in is important for us because that allows us to make sure that we're prepared for the emergency that we're responding to. We're putting the right gear on, got the right equipment. We bring the fireboat, don't bring the fireboat. Bring the brush truck, don't bring the brush truck. We need to know at the tone out that kind of information so we can make an informed decision, because once we leave the station, that equipment's back there. That's kind of like sending, again, most of this was PD related, so that's kind of like sending an officer to a citizen complaint when it's really an active shooter. Mm-hmm. No formal series of questions, asked by the caller, by the call taker. In other words, we get a car accident, it's a car accident. I get a car fire, it's car fire or fire investigation. But is it an electrical vehicle fire? Because that means I need multiple engine companies. Is it a alternative fuel vehicle? That means use caution because they could blow up. Is it we had one where it was a truck fire, but it was a few more questions. We would have found out that it was a lawn service truck that had chemicals leaking that turned into be a hazmat scene. So sometimes those questions, that continued questioning is important to give us the correct information that we need. We had mentioned the emergency activation button. What good is it? If I were to take the button and hit it right now, they don't have the resources and the system in place to even identify what radio it is. In the Pasco County system that they have, when you hit it, it'll automatically identify it's my radio, it's assigned to me, or it's an engine company driver, and they'll be calling that radio. It'll isolate that radio, and they'll call that radio and check on that officer or firefighter safety. We don't have that, so the button's really, it's insignificant to us. That's because the system that we have in place doesn't allow for it to work. We don't have a radio patch capabilities. The chief hit on this. The radio patch capabilities is important because when we run mutual aid or other agencies run mutual aid to us to assist us, we need to have, if we don't have a mutual channel, we need to have the ability for the dispatch centers to patch a channel together for us so we can communicate with each other. Our system is antiquated and doesn't allow that. She mentioned landlines. How many people in today's society even use a landline? Very few. So a very, very minute percentage of our landline 911 calls come in, and those are the ones that come right to our dispatch center, which means the massive majority of 911 calls automatically go to Pasco anyway, and then they have to be transferred back to us. So when you look at that, a 911 medical call comes in, it's going to go to Pasco County. Pasco's going to say it's a medical call, they're going to send it to us to dispatch it out, and then they're going to try to stay on the line to give them the EMD dispatching the whole entire time. If a medical call comes in landline, our dispatchers would take it. Send the truck, get the truck rolling, send it to Pasco. So now Pasco has to take it, and then they assume the medical dispatching part. Open your child's airway, do CPR, get an AED. Imagine taking a firefighter off of my engine because he's short-staffed tonight and putting him in dispatch and having him dispatch police department. That's what I get. He doesn't have the manpower, and he has no choice. He has to keep dispatch rolling, so he'll have to take officers off the street, pull them into dispatch, and now they're dispatching the fire department. Call delays were mentioned. There's delays in calls now. Calls are transferred back and forth. It came out on cell phone, it's theirs, but it's got to go to you. It came in landline, it's ours, but it's got to go to them. Calls are transferred back and forth. Pasco, again, has time constraints. Their dispatch center has time constraints on how long they can hold a call before they put it out. On the fire side, I'm not speaking for law. I know on the fire side, that's just the way it is. There's times that we are on the scene before the call is ever inputted into the CAD system because we heard it. We heard it come over another channel in the county, and the trucks will just start responding. That's in our area, and they'll just go. We're on the scene before the call is ever transferred back and forth and formally put into the system. There's times that we're responding long before we're ever called. There's also times, unfortunately, that Pasco County has been on the scene, loaded the patient, and was walking out to the ambulance before we ever got the call. One of those just happened about 2 weeks ago. We're still looking into that. We are currently in the same exact scenario as Parkland, where the Parkland school shootings went. We are in a situation to where emergency calls for service, transfer back and forth between PSAPs and dispatch agencies, trying to figure out who's going where. It's your street, but it's not our building. It's our building, but it's not your street. It's our fire territory, but it's your police territory. That's exactly what happened in Parkland. That's where we're at. My captains or myself, we have way too many things to weigh and consider upon when we're responding, especially as minimum manning as we are, to an arriving on emergency, than to have to worry about. The dispatcher had time to listen to the orders that we had given and had the resources and the ability to go ahead and call for what we needed and send what we needed. I need a dispatcher that's a fire department trained dispatcher.